Do you want me to go or should I wait another minute? One more minute? Go. Thank you, everyone. We want to welcome you back from the break, and we don't want to delay your lunch, so I think you want to grab your seat. Great. Thank you, everyone. I'm Eileen White, and I'm the Director of Wastewater for East by Mud, and I'm Vice Chair of the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies. And thank you all for coming today. I really enjoyed our first session, and our next session is going to be very interesting too. We're going to provide you an update on issues that have been important to all of the region and state this past year. Our hot topics session will cover items ranging from PFAS to emerging regulations, biosolids management, and resilient planning. I'm going to ask you to hold your questions till the end, and then depending on our timing, we'll determine how many questions we're going to take. We're fortunate to have 4 great speakers on this session within the BACWA community and our partner organizations. And first, we're going to have Dr. Diana Lin, who's a senior scientist at SFEI, where she leads investigations on microplastics and emerging contaminants in the San Francisco Bay. Dr. Lin's going to provide us an update this morning on PFAS study that is being funded by BACWA on behalf of our members. And then I just want to say, unfortunately, Diana's not with us in person today because she's being very respectful. One of her family members tested positive for COVID, so we'll be getting her presentation via Zoom. So with that, thank you, Diana, and I'm turning it over to you.
Has been requiring PFAS sampling across the state. And the State Water Board has been issuing 13267 orders to various facilities, including almost all POTWs in the state. The POTW requirements are an annual quarterly sampling for 1 year of influent, effluent, and biosolids at each facility. Except Region 2 was an exception to the 13267 order because we successfully proposed that we could go about this a little differently. We wanted to leverage the experience and framework we've developed through the regional monitoring program. And we've already been monitoring PFAS in the Bay. So we successfully proposed that we could combine the study for Region 2, and instead of conducting the study at each facility, doing a single regional study. This way, we could leverage the RMP experience and inform region-wide understanding of the Bay, as well as provide the state with the information. This makes particular sense for the Bay because nearly all effluent goes to the Bay and is generally not a drinking water source, so it makes more sense to look at the regional impacts. And by combining the study, we could design and implement the study more efficiently. And more importantly, this will give us more resources to QA the data, interpret, and have more resources to refine our study questions so that we can better inform management. This Region 2 approach is really important because we all know that POTWs are not PFAS sources, we're PFAS receivers from upstream sources, and we have limited ability to control the sources or destroy PFAS. So we want to use the study to better understand the sources, transport, and fate of PFAS so that we can better target management actions and source control efforts. So this study is designed in 2 phases. The phase 1 study started consistent with the statewide investigation order during the first quarter, where we're monitoring facilities, but instead of doing all Region 2 facilities, monitoring a subset of facilities. And for phase 2, we were going to design it based on the phase 1 results. So for today's presentation, I'm going to share phase 1 results, and currently phase 2 is in progress, so I will share the study design and the timeline. So the first step in implementing the phase 1 study was to select facilities for participation. We included 15 facilities, and we wanted to make sure we included a diversity in size, service population, and treatment types, with an emphasis of the larger facilities to understand impacts to the Bay. So I just want to give a big thanks to all the participants in phase 1. Sampling was influent, effluent biosolids, as well as reverse osmosis concentrate from one facility. And we partnered with SGS Access to use the state of the science methods in target PFAS in analyzing 40 target PFAS compounds. We also went beyond the statewide investigation order by applying another method called total oxidizable precursor assay. This is another method that helps us better quantify PFAS, but isn't as limited with the ones that we have standards for. So I'll talk more about this top method. And we wanted to apply this method based on experience we've had through the RMP. So PFAS compounds are a wide chemical class, and they're used in many different products to make our consumer products stain resistant, water resistant, grease resistant, used in electronic devices. And so there are a lot of chemical formulations that are constantly changing. The most well-known of these PFAS are compounds like PFOS and PFOA, and these are long-chain, fully fluorinated compounds. Target PFAS allows us to analyze these fully fluorinated compounds as well as a limited set of other PFAS. But this is only a small subset of this whole class of compounds. What the total oxidizable precursor assay does is it helps us quantify a larger portion of this by oxidizing the sample and converting these other PFAS compounds into these terminal products that we are able to quantify. So as I shared the phase 1 results, I'm going to share both the target concentrations as well as the top concentrations. So these are the influent concentrations that we measured from the participating municipal facilities. And we saw that the concentration ranges measured with the target method were all within an order of 6. So they seem pretty comparable. And one hypothesis was that facilities with higher industrial flows might have higher PFAS concentrations, but we didn't really see this in this sampling. Moving on to the top method, still looking at the influent results. Again, we saw generally even tighter, I'd say, concentration range within a factor of 2, but the concentration measured with the top was much higher, almost an order of magnitude higher than what we were able to measure with the target. So this emphasized the importance of using the top method to better quantify the PFAS in these samples. Moving on to effluent concentration. Again, concentrations were within an order of magnitude. You'll notice that the median concentration is actually higher than what we measured in the influent. We actually expected this. It's not because we're producing PFAS in the treatment process, but through the treatment process, the PFAS precursors get converted into more of the terminal products that we are better able to quantify with the target method. Similar to kind of how we're seeing higher concentrations with the top. These are the biosolid concentrations, and you'll notice that the color is a little different. We're seeing different types of PFAS in the biosolid samples. The red is 5,3 FTCA. It's an intermediate PFAS transformation product. We also see some differences from different facilities. This first bar, the biosolid sample is incinerated, and so the sample that we analyzed was wet ash, and so we did not measure PFAS in these samples. The next 2 bars, these are undigested biosolid samples, and then this other, I don't know if you guys see my arrow. SJSC has different types of PFAS. They have a much longer treatment process for the biosolid, so we're seeing different types of PFAS in the biosolid sample. So this is what we're seeing with the target method. Moving on to the top, again, we see higher concentrations measured with the top, but not quite as different as in the influent samples. And these biosolid samples from Palo Alto and Vallejo don't look quite as different from the other facilities when we look at top, but we're going to look at this further in terms of the digestion process in phase 2. And again, I think I already said this, we're seeing much higher with the top method. So the main takeaways from phase 1 are that the municipal influent effluent biosolid concentrations were generally comparable within each matrix. We didn't see significant variation, and this supported our approach in sampling a subset of facilities. We saw a significant presence of unknown PFAS precursors, and this really emphasized the importance of using the TOP method to compare with target. And we gained a lot of experience in collecting the samples, implementing the study design, and how to QA/QC results. All the results from the target PFAS results that were consistent with what has been done in the rest of the state were reported to GeoTracker. And so all this data is publicly available on GeoTracker, similar to what has been reported with other facilities. We also included a QA/QC summary, and the results were summarized in a draft technical report shared with BACWA and the Regional and State Water Board. There's been a lot of interest in our approach and as well as our results. We've been invited widely to share our approach and findings in various webinars and meetings. So I think we're a really great model for taking this collaborative regional approach for monitoring and informing management. For phase 2, we prioritize these 2 study questions that, based on our discussion, would best inform management in terms of trying to understand the sources of these PFAS going into the sewer shed. We wanted to sample upstream in the sewer shed and understand the importance of residential flows as a source of PFAS. We also wanted to investigate whether we could identify specific industries as discharging higher than average concentrations of PFAS, or PFAS measured either via the target or TOP to inform management. And we worked with study volunteers, so I want to give a big thank you for the phase 2 participants in identifying and prioritize the most important sampling points that would inform the facility as well as for the region and the state. So in terms of informing the first, trying to understand residential flows, we wanted to include a diverse range of neighborhoods, including single-family homes, multi-unit dwelling units, different geographic locations, because there are many factors that can influence PFAS in residential flows, including the products we use, the infrastructure, the source water. So we wanted to kind of capture that range. We've included various field replicates as well as sampling on different dates to understand variation, as well as, of course, lots of QA/QC samples. And results from these residential sampling locations will be compared with the average influent measured at the facility, as well as with what we measure from industrial sources. So in all, we've included 14 residential neighborhoods in this phase 2 sampling. For the next question, whether we can identify specific industries, we prioritize these industries for phase 2, and as much as possible, we included multiple sampling locations. This is by far not meant to represent the industry. That would be beyond the scope of this, but this is meant to be a screening study to highlight whether further study might be needed. So in all, we've included 22 business operations, and we're leveraging ongoing compliance monitoring efforts to collect these samples. For analytical methods, again, we're using the target PFAS method as well as the TOP to analyze these sewer shed samples. We're also collecting samples of influent, effluent, biosolids, as well as groundwater at participating facilities and analyzing those via target and TOP. We're also trying out another screening tool called adsorbable organofluorine analysis. And this is another tool to try to screen and capture a greater portion of the PFAS. So I'll talk more about this. The sample is adsorbed onto activated carbon, and inorganic fluoride is removed with nitrate. Then the whole sample is combusted and analyzed for the fluorine ion. So the advantage is that it can capture a larger portion of PFAS because we're indirectly quantifying all the fluorine, the organic fluorine in the sample. However, there are some limitations. It has high detection limits, low recovery of short chain compounds that don't adsorb as well to the activated carbon, and it can include fluorine from other non-PFAS compounds like pesticides and pharmaceuticals. And so this is very much meant to be a screening tool. We had a lot of encouragement from the State Water Board to use this method. So we're including this in a limited scope and analyzing influent effluent samples. So with these samples, we're also trying to address these secondary study questions. We're going to try to understand how do top concentrations compare with influent, effluent biosolids, comparing adsorbable organofluorine analysis with the top method, trying to better understand how the biosolid digestion process might impact the PFAS that we're able to quantify in the sample. And then in a limited scope, we're also trying to understand PFAS transport by collecting some groundwater samples at one site. So in all, this is about 230 analytical samples. We're also collecting backup samples. So this is 400, almost like over 400 sample bottles collected by the facilities. So again, big thank you for the study participants for putting this effort to inform the region as well as the state. So we're currently in the middle of collecting the samples, and we expect samples to be analyzed and QC'd by the end of the year, so that we'll start interpreting the results, and results will be discussed and reported next year. So I know I'm really looking forward to the results, and I think there are people across the state looking forward to the results to inform management. And before I end, I just want to give a brief update on other CEC RMP projects. We're conducting a study looking at quaternary ammonium compounds in wastewater. This is a widely used disinfectant, and we're expecting increase in use due to the current pandemic. And monitoring is being extended for 2 additional years that is being funded through an NSF grant that the University of Minnesota received. Another ongoing study is ethoxylated surfactants. In 2019, we collected screening samples from various facilities, and we're proposing to collect additional wastewater samples to inform the relative importance of the wastewater versus the stormwater pathway for this class of contaminants. And coming soon, we have some draft reports that we will share, and looking forward to sharing with you bisphenols and effluents in sediment, PFAS in bay water, and sunscreen and effluent. So thank you so much for your interest, your support, and collaboration, and I'm happy to take any questions at the end of the session.
Great. I just want to say thank you, Diana, for the very informative presentation on PFAS and CECs with the RMP. And I'm glad the technology all worked so well. So thank you to you and Lorian for that. Our next speaker is Taney, an independent consultant who supports BACWA's AIR committee. She's been permitting wastewater treatment plant sources in the Bay Area since, gosh, a long time, the 1990s. It's great. She's been truly a big part of the BACWA community, and also she began looking at the impacts of the wastewater community and AB 2588. And really been engaged with the Air Board and us, and has been really key to helping us work through all these new regulations. So to give you an update, here's Courtney.
I don't know if you get points for being old.
Wisdom.
Wisdom, there, it's the wisdom hair. It's not, you know. All right.
You look younger, that's why I was surprised.
I started as a child. Yes, I've been breathing air my entire life. Lots of air experience. It's really interesting to see you all. I'm very excited to be here in 3D, but you're not in little boxes and you don't have your names, and it's all masks. So it's a very different perspective for me in this particular moment. So the purpose of the AIR Committee is to develop, analyze, and distribute information regarding air pollution issues related to operation and maintenance at wastewater treatment plants. And so we're going to cover some of the things that we've been up to this past year. Initially, I can't ever tell if I'm not driving where we're going here. So if we can go to the, oh, I can drive? Am I driving? Are you going to drive? I can drive? How do I drive? I just do this.
Yeah. Or you could do it's almost easier to do.
Awesome, there we go, it's just like Zoom. Okay, so as other regulators this morning mentioned, environmental justice and climate change is what is driving a lot of the regulations that are happening right now across all the different media. So on the environmental justice side for air, we're going to talk about AB 617, AB 2588, and then locally Rule 1118. Greg has already given us some information on that, but we'll touch a little bit more on that. From climate change, we'll talk about SB 1383, which everyone is very concerned about, or excited about, we'll say that. Advanced Clean Fleet Regulations, which we are in the thick of right now. Tier 5, something to look forward to. And AQMD Regulation 13, which happily for the moment seems to be stalled due to COVID and staffing issues. And at the junction of all of that is Regulation 2, which impacts permitting, both from just overall permitting approach as well as from the toxics perspective. And as Greg mentioned earlier, we are thrilled that we now have an implementation work group to facilitate communication between the sector and not only AQMD, but also the regional board in a group setting where we can see how things impact across various media. So starting with the environmental justice, 617 was it's a regulation that is designed to implement statewide reporting to harmonize all of the reporting that is being done. And this is as relates to stationary sources. So part of that impacts AB 2588. And for those of you who were here in the early 90s, that's when it all came out, right? At the end of 1980, and the air districts recognized that wastewater treatment plants there was a lack of data around what was being emitted from wastewater treatment plants, and that was when the initial work began in monitoring air emissions from wastewater treatment plants, separate from the combustion sources, which had already been addressed. But now there have been updates to this, and they've increased the number of compounds from about 500 to over 1,000, which creates an exciting opportunity because many of the compounds have unknown toxicity levels. There are unknown emission factors for wastewater treatment plants, and many of the compounds we simply don't see. And there is some uncertainty, as we just saw in this earlier presentation, about what actually is being received at the treatment plant. So CASA, we've been very fortunate. The CASA worked closely with ARB to negotiate a phased compliance, allowing a two-step approach, so business as usual until the 2029 reporting, which is for 2028 emissions, and then to perform a two-step process to figure out where we need to be focusing efforts. So as you can see, it is going to be a multi-year process. The first stage is a screening level approach to determine just broadly what areas of concern should be focused on, what compounds might be coming to the treatment plant. It's an overview so that we're not looking for zebras in Antarctica, right? You want to be looking for penguins, lots of different kinds of penguins. There are not zebras, but we need to determine that there are no zebras first. So that's the idea behind the screening. And then once the screening is done, then more detailed work can be done to go in and say which processes, which sources, and what sort of potential emissions could be emitted from the treatment plants and potentially be posing a risk to the surrounding communities. So the idea, shorten compound list, develop emission factors, and then those can be applied to treatment plants that don't have to go and do individual air sampling at their facilities. Everybody worries about the money. The first stage that CASA is working on, Sarah is deep into this, is to work on developing a cost estimate so that you will be able to have a better handle on what kinds of participation might be expected for your fiscal year 23-24 budgeting. This process is expected to take 5 years to do and cost upwards of $10 million at this point. Those are all very preliminary numbers. Back in 1990, we did this already. And that was 25 wastewater treatment plants joined together in a joint powers authority and tested multiple processes at 20 different sites. It took 2 years to do that, and in $1990, it was $2.5 million. So you can see how inflation and additional test methods and just further more detailed research is necessary. It's going to take longer and cost more, amazingly enough. So the next steps for the wastewater sector, as you all came in, there was a handout, and I really would love if you make sure that you get this. And it explains the new requirements for the air toxics reporting in more detail and describes in more detail the two-step approach that we will be taking. Important thing to recognize, and I know that Greg is aware of this, is that we need to be working with all of the different air districts across the state to get buy-in, right? Test methods are very complicated. Some of them are not available. Some of them are developing. Higher detection limits, as was mentioned in the previous presentation. Getting buy-in takes a lot of time. So that will occupy a lot of effort. And everyone is welcome to participate in this process because we'll all be coming back to you to go, hi, so would you like to play? And may we have some money, or may we come and, well, it won't be Baco doing this, CASA will be doing this, to participate in this process. And having a wide variety of treatment plants participate is very important. So the subgroup, the CASA subgroup, is meeting monthly for the rest of the calendar year. If you are interested in being part of the subgroup, talk to Sarah. She can send you an invitation to that group. All right, so this ties into 1118. As Greg already presented information on this, the hope was that there would be a perfect storm of the data coming out from the statewide study and the data being needed for 1118 compliance. So Rule 1118 is taking a look at existing facilities. We're all familiar with the permitting processes that take place when you want to permit a new facility, and AQMD recognized that there was an environmental justice issue related to, I'm not going to say legacy treatment plants, because it's just treatment plants have been around so long that people forgot to worry about them. So a lot of things have been grandfathered in over time. So this is the Air District's approach to go back and take a look and see what is actually being made from existing facilities. And the way that they want to do that is to conduct an emission inventory, and then they will run a health risk assessment. And then based on that health risk assessment, depending on if it's above a certain level of risk to the surrounding community, treatment plants are, well, any facility is supposed to implement a risk reduction plan. And in a perfect world, we would have this statewide data at the same time that we are supplying the data to the local air district, so they would have the newest data and everything would be terrific. Greg shared with us this morning that it looks like fall of 2024 is when the air district will get to the priority facilities that are wastewater treatment plants, which is super disappointing. I'm giving Greg the look. I will note, and this is not in any way to disparage the air district, this is more to recognize staffing issues, that this rule was adopted in 2017, and they have done 3 draft health risk assessments so far. So I feel somewhat optimistic that time may be in our favor, and we may have the data that we need at the time that is actually necessary, because we all like to use the very best available data. And I do appreciate that AQMD is keeping their lines of communication open with us with regard to this, because I don't really see a point in going through and trying to do a risk reduction plan with data that may or may not represent what is actually happening at the treatment plant. And I'm sure that we can all appreciate wanting to use the best available data that is available at the time that we need it. Greg and I had a conversation at the break, and he's like, oh, good enough data. I'm like, okay, well, maybe, but things have changed since 1990. So there's a certain amount of development that will happen, and good conversation between the impacted community and the regulators to keep everything current. The next prong, as to use Ellen's language, as he was talking about all the different approaches, is climate change. We're going to change gears here just a little bit. I think we're all familiar with SB 1383, the Organics Diversion and Short-Lived Climate Pollutant Reduction Plan, and that is a state program to target methane reduction by 40% by 2030, which used to feel really far away. I don't know if anybody else's sense of time has changed, but things suddenly appear. It's really quite amazing. So there was to have been 50% diversion of organic waste from landfills by 2020, and 75% by 2025, which is 3 years from now. And the regulation encourages biogas production. It incentivizes it, which puts us a little bit in conflict with the air district and how things are permitted there, right? Because we produce more biogas, which means that we want to run it in the cogen engines and beneficial reuse, and this is all terrific. It saves a lot of money. You don't have to buy natural gas on the market. However, the air district looks at us and says, oh, wait, you're increasing biogas. Maybe that's not such the best thing to do. And so there's more discussion there. I am excited that our implementation group that came out of the Regulation 2 work will enable us to have more conversations with different regulators all in the room at the same time, because siloing is always a concern. It's very easy to worry about one small corner of your world, and when you realize that it impacts other areas, it can be an interesting experience to be thinking about. And so we're hoping that the Air District will consider other pressures from other agencies, and I believe that Greg is all in on that, and being aware of, it's important for us to know how one regulatory requirement impacts other issues at the treatment plant. So prior to the pandemic, there was a lot of activity around Regulation 13, which was climate pollutants, which was addressing methane, and it was designed to tie in with the Air District's methane strategy to reduce methane. Due to COVID-19 and staffing issues and lack of data, a lot of this has been stalled for now. But as part of our response to that, we had been initially working with the Air District in educating them around what best management practices are for managing methane at wastewater treatment plants, as well as many of you, filled out a methane survey that was sent out last summer, and we are very grateful for that information. We're compiling the survey results, and we will be discussing those with AQMD after we've got some internal review that happens on that. Away from stationary sources, let's talk about mobile sources. There's always a complaint in the Bay Area, right, that stationary sources get squeezed. And what about all the mobile sources? So there are things happening at the state level which impact public agencies, and many of us have been following the Clean Fleet regulations, the Advanced Clean Fleet regulations. There was a big workshop on Wednesday dealing with public sector vehicles. And the idea is that we're going to go to a zero-emission fleet by 2040. Well, there's lots of concerns around that, right? So how are you going to address heavyweight equipment, medium-duty equipment? What about the availability of appropriate equipment? There aren't ZEVs for a lot of what. You can go out and buy Nissan Leafs and substitute your administrative vehicles, but what are you going to do with your trucks and all of your response vehicles, right? So there are a lot of things that need to be more clear and are pending resolution. CARB did say at the hearing on Wednesday that they were looking to harmonize, I think it was harmonize was the word that he used, harmonize the Clean Fleet regulations with the existing regulations, but it is really important that the people developing the Tier 5 rules hear from public agencies. There's a lot of education that could happen about how facilities truly operate. You know, how remote are your facilities? Where are you going to charge? Is your truck still useful if you've got a battery that's the size of a bus? There's no space for anything else. So Sarah and I will be sending out a survey to those in the AIR group, or not so much a survey, but an email saying, hey, if you would be willing to share a story. It doesn't even need to be a giant, policy sort of thing. It could be just, we had this situation happen, and we needed this kind of equipment, and these types of equipment are not available. I don't want to say personal stories, but facility-specific examples of how this regulation could potentially impact your agency would be really useful for them. They've been very open in terms of looking for information. All right, so that's the end of what I'm going to say about mobile sources, and we're going to talk about Tier 5. So at the end of December 2020, BAQMD issued a new batch standard for very large standby diesel generators, larger than 1,000 brake horsepower. And That took some of us by surprise. So this is your early warning that Tier 5 is coming. CARB is currently workshopping regulations to go that will ultimately end up in a rule going to the board for consideration in 2024, 2025. And you can see here on the chart that they are looking to reduce emissions even beyond Tier 4. So depending on the size of the engine, 70 to 90% further reduction in NOx and 50 to 75% reduction in PM. And I think that supports Greg's observation about particulate matter being a driver for a lot of the risk across the state. So just file that away. We'll keep you posted on what's happening with that, but I subscribe to the no surprises rule to the extent that we are able to do that. So early warning, what did they say? Forewarned is forearmed. It's just so you know it's coming. All right, so at the intersection of environmental justice and climate change, I put Reg 2. Most of it was environmental justice, but there was a climate change component to it. So as Greg so beautifully summarized the regulations, the allowable risk for projects is reduced if you are in an overburdened community. There are some new definitions that will potentially impact you. We went round and round with AQMD staff regarding essential public service because we know we're an essential public service, right? Wastewater treatment plants are essential and defined in other regulations. But we'll sort that out later. But for your consideration when you were looking at permitting a project now, it used to be that you looked at things that happened at your plant in the last 3 years. Now they're taking a longer view. So you need to be thinking about what has happened in the last 5 years. They're doing that so that you're not serializing projects. It's like, it's one project. It's like, no, it's part of a big long series of projects that are all related. And baseline calculations, this is a really nerdy thing, but it's super important to understand that there's a difference between your actual emissions, your permitted emissions, and the capacity of your equipment. Sometimes it's easy to think of those as all one thing, and it's not. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Greg already mentioned the extended review times. That I will just observe. I think Steve is over. There we go. We've all been experiencing extended review time, so now it's in the regulation. Hopefully, as more staff comes online, we will be able to get our permits processed faster. I find that working with your permit engineer to do a lot of education is super useful, especially as they bring new staff on. That's going to be, there'll be opportunities there for education, and we would be thrilled to come and talk to your new engineers that are working in that area to kind of give them wastewater treatment plant 101, because it helps. It helps. So one of the most exciting things, though, that came out of this particular regulation review was the implementation work group. So we are super excited about this. We've met intermittently with the Air District in different sorts of capacities, informally or very project focused, like sharing best management practices with them with regard to Rule 13. This work group is an opportunity for us to meet regularly and get all the people in the room to work on things that are both acute and, I hate to say chronic, long-term. So things that are very pressing issues, like generator review times, for example, and then also longer term. So where does the Air District see policy going, and how does that impact long-term planning of the treatment plants? So it's a really great forum for us to go ahead and facilitate a collaborative relationship, and we are very much looking forward to that. There are upcoming meetings. The Air Group meets quarterly. Anyone is welcome to come at any time. Hopefully you all have a representative on that committee, or someone at least who is receiving and reading your emails. But you can come at any time. We'd love to have lots of participation by the agencies. And then CASA also has their ACE group, their ACE work group, and actually June will be the next meeting for both of us. So I'm happy to take any questions at the end when it's time for questions. I
I just want to say thank you, Courtney, for sharing all your knowledge and updating us on the evolving, changing air regulations and all you continue to do for the wastewater utilities as far as permitting sources. And we look forward to continuing to working with you in the Air Board. So our next speaker, I think, needs no introduction, Sarah DeLore. She's a licensed professional civil engineer who's worked with Corolla for over 17 years. And she's also part of the National Climate and Resilience Services League. She has supported the BACWA Air Committee and also serves as program manager for the California Association of Sanitation Agencies Climate Change Program and the Bay Area Biosolids Coalition. And we're looking forward to hearing Sarah discuss the recent updates in the field of biosolids management. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. All right, hello everybody. It's exciting to be here. 3D. I am so excited. I felt the vibrations. I think you mentioned it earlier. Meet the energy. I'm like, so if I'm a little spazzy, I'm sorry. I usually use my hands and I'm like putting them back so I'm not as spaz, but it'll happen probably. So yeah, it's showing. And I wanted to just say, courtesy of Mary Cousins on her bike ride or recent bike ride out to one of our lands, we were talking about biosolids, a changing landscape, and this is a landscape of where some biosolids are being managed, and it's changing over time as well. And I just thought it was beautiful, so I wanted to share that with folks. So just as a starting point, I wanted to put up, how biosolids have been managed over the last decade across the Bay Area. Again, this is here. I have a little block on my side, so I want to be able to see. There we go. Just really taking this in. This is looking at the last 10 years, and it's the average percentages of each of these different uses. And so more recently, this has changed, and I'm going to talk about that. But for the last decade, we've seen about 50% of the biosolids go to alternative daily cover, which has been a beneficial use, but now it's not being recognized as beneficial going forward under SB 1383. And we can talk more about that later. But there's also, we see about 25% has been beneficial use via land application, whether that's, looking at Class A or Class B. And then we have incineration up there. We have had one of those incinerators decommissioned since over this time period of 10 years that we're looking at, and you'll see some other uses there too. But just wanted to kind of set the stage for the last 10 years of how we've managed biosolids, just to understand that this is changing and how that's going to be changing. But one reason is biosolids are beneficial. Why are we not recycling them back, actually keeping that carbon and nitrogen cycle going and other organic matter back to the earth? We have and see in research that, of course it offsets an organic fertilizer, but we increase soil carbon content and organic matter, which then increases the stability of soil, which then leads to water holding capacity increasing, as well as nutrient use efficiency increases. And then we see increase in crop yield. So we really want to be doing this since we have some efforts going forward that are really promoting increasing soil health. But then we also sequester carbon, which is a whole climate mitigation strategy. And we're seeing that recent legislation and new regulations that have been developed are really targeting beneficial use of recycled organics, including biosolids. And in turn, that means that we're going to be changing or seeing a change in landscape of our biosolids management in the Bay Area. And you see the little pictures here, some research that the Bay Area Biosolids Coalition is funding, where there's a site with no biosolids and that with biosolids. There's a little catch there. If you grow it too fast, it may be gassy for cows. We got another issue there. But that's something on the side that we can talk about for fun if you want. But there's a lot of growth there that takes up carbon. So, but Senate Bill 1383 is the recent, legislation, but also regulations that have been developed. Looking at short-lived climate pollutant reduction, as Courtney had mentioned, focusing on methane in our context. There are other short-lived climate pollutants, but methane's relevant to us. The regulations just became effective this year, and of course, they focus on two paths for achieving methane reduction, one on the dairy side, but for us, it's organic waste reduction or diversion from landfills, because we don't want the landfills to be releasing that methane. So 75% by 2025 diversion. That's January 1st of 2025. So it's not 3 years, a little less than that we really need to be pushing. There's an ambitious goal here. And of course, it incentivizes what Courtney had mentioned, increasing biogas production and compost. But we really needed to be able to play in this game. We need to understand, how can we play in this game with our existing infrastructure? And so there is a report that was done or actually led by the State Water Resources Control Board, who got a Cal EPA grant that was dedicated to looking at what is the co-digestion capacity at existing facilities, POTWs, municipal POTWs across the state. And ultimately, without getting into the details of that, it did show that there was enough, depending on how you operated the facility and such, with bringing in those organics, and if you could actually put pre and post digestion equipment to make sure you can fully utilize your digestion, that we could take all of the divertible food waste or organic waste from landfills and co-digest that, thus helping meet the goal as quickly as possible. So that's influencing a change, because that requires that you also make beneficial use of the products, not just the biogas, but the biosalts too, that are produced. So that's influencing it, but we have other climate mitigation programs that are seeking to enhance soil health, ultimately to mitigate climate change. And I have just front pages of the latest of these reports with respect to looking at Healthy Soils Program, the Forest Carbon Plan, I was trying to merge two words, and then Natural Working Lands Climate Change Implementation Plan, but mostly recently is the Natural and Working Lands Climate Smart Strategy. And each of these could make use of biosolids towards the goals that they're trying to achieve, which ultimately is the state's goal of carbon neutrality by 2045. And they cannot reach the carbon neutrality by 2045 without proper land management and doing carbon sequestration. So this is something that if we can get acknowledgement in these different programs for biosolids, that would be a huge step in the right direction for continuing beneficial use and expanding it. So going back to the Bay Area though, thinking about biosolids management in the Bay Area and where we actually land apply biosolids. Some is outside of the actual region, Region 2, but within the region we have about 4.5% of those biosolids that are actually land applied within these diked agricultural lands in the Baylands. And you'll see them here looking, well, they're different little colors now, but a little bit green or pea green, whatever you want to call it, yellow, orange, where we have Santa Rosa, Vallejo, and Napasan have land application sites within these areas, just naturally with where they're located. These are agricultural lands that have been there for quite some time and are recognized as important by the region and the state. But you'll see that this blue little line and the light blue, it actually is the, let's say, historical Baylands margin, or if there were no dikes, that's where there would be tidal influence from the bay. And so they're within those, but there are dikes in that there is not an influence of the tide at this time. So there are planning projects or efforts that are happening or underway that actually SFEI is part of for looking at sea level rise in the Bay Area and planning for it in the long term. And what we're seeing, at least to the right, is a, I guess, figure that was coming from one of the reports that SFEI is working on and collaborating on with BCDC and other groups. And the idea is, to mitigate for sea level rise, we're thinking about how to restore tidal wetlands as a key strategy to protect the shoreline. But recognizing we have wastewater treatment plants and some management there, just from what the need is. We always have treatment plants at low-lying areas just to make use of gravity, but then there's also these nearby agricultural areas we can land apply. So they're really looking at the connection of wetlands to waters of the bay and thinking about how to prepare for sea level rise. There is an effort that came underway with Sonoma Land Trust, Ducks Unlimited, and SFEI to think about, well, how do we need to be, I guess, communicating or planning for the potential restoration of these diked baylands back to these tidal lands for protection of climate, mitigation of sea level rise. And so there were questions that were raised, and again, calling out Jackie Zipkin for a relationship with SFEI. SFEI has a strong relationship with BACWA, but I know a specific member of SFEI, Jeremy Lowe, and Jackie had some conversations and realized there was this effort to think about land application sites receiving biosolids. Hey, maybe we should have a conversation with the Bay Area Biosolids Coalition and start talking about what their planning, I guess, outlook is and where we're actually planning on land applying biosolids and how can we communicate this better and plan to the future. Two questions came up to us regarding biosolids management. They're listed here. Is biosolids land application compatible with future wetland restoration relative to the biosolids constituent impact on human health and wildlife, and thinking of aquatic life in the future if these are back to tidal wetlands. And then could land application actually benefit the restoration process? So we were invited to the table to help put a white paper together to look at this topic and try to understand or better understand and define whether land application sites that were receiving biosolids were actually compatible. We did produce a paper. They wanted to put it together within like 3 to 4 months, lightning speed, because you actually do need data and collect that data to understand relative to the constituents that of concern and the actual soil data that's showing, whether we're meeting those criteria for wetlands or not. It just takes time to put that together and collect it. And that's something that we took some time to better answer this question, or to also develop recommendations going forward if we found gaps in that information that we needed to further kind of close the gap on. So what we did was we worked with folks, or the Sonoma Land Trust, Ducks Unlimited, and SFEI on this paper over the course of from July to just this last March to get it complete. That's a picture of the actual cover of it. And I just wanted to show you one major table in this that was of importance. And I know you can't probably, oh, maybe you can. It's a little bigger than I was expecting. But we put together a table. Oh. Yes, okay, good. You saw the word right away. That's what I wanted to, that's really good. So yes, we looked at metals. Of course, we're regulated by EPA 503 regulation in the general order, certain levels of metals. We looked at different sites across Santa Rosa, Vallejo, as well as Napa sand sites to confirm that we're, of course, meeting these regulations with respect to metals. And we see that also comparing them to wetland criteria, because wetland criteria, it depends on the soil level of these metals as well as other constituents. And so then we needed to go and see the soil level of these land application sites, see if it compares to this criteria for meeting it or below it or not. And we are suitable for all of these. There's one site that has some selenium that is actually related to the soil there that we're trying to figure out whether, why that is and from history, but that's an area where we need to collect more data, for example, to better define whether they're all suitable. But comparing soil to wetland criteria, and you'll see those other constituents as well, we do see that Baylands land application sites do satisfy the criteria largely. Region 2 does want to confirm this broadly, which we knew. We had conversations with Region 2 throughout this process, and we've been really excited about that collaboration as well, and deepening that collaboration to better understand, well, what do we need to measure, how can we measure it, and develop that monitoring program so that we can show that these sites are compatible should the need arise, and possibly foster restoration, in fact. But there's also additional constituents. Of course, we've heard about PFAS, we've heard about microplastics, where we need to be examining those going forward as well. I just wanted to talk about those two, but just give you kind of the punchline of the report is that the things look good in terms of compatibility, but we want to work with folks to make sure that we're responsive to the data needs to continue showing that these sites are okay. And doing that, we're also collaborating with folks like at SFEI. BACWA has that relationship, as you just heard in the first presentation, to look at PFAS, since that is something of a national concern, of state concern. There's that investigative order, but Region 2 has a special study going. And I don't need to go through all these details because you just heard it in that first presentation, but there's efforts there that are going forward to collaborate on. We also have the microplastics statewide strategy that we're looking at as well. That's something that CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, and I see Jared's here and Greg's here, and we also have a new fellow, Spencer, out there, that are working with folks, SFEI, that SQUIRP, and Ocean Protection Council, on a 2-year strategy. There was some 2019 testing of effluent discharge from 8 POTWs that looked like there was a contribution, but there was much lower microplastics relative to urban stormwater runoff, which, like the Baylands study, which it leads to recommendations, that led to recommendations for identified research. So we're really trying to identify research that's helpful, that we can collaborate on to better understand and define some of these issues, and maybe where we can work together to resolve. So this brings me to the Bay Area Biosolids Coalition, and going beyond, say, what we can actually develop in terms of a monitoring program with respect to the metals and other constituents that are needed for those land application sites in the Baylands. We're doing collaborations with SFEI, as well as well, on the regional level for PFAS, on a state level for microplastics, is there anything else that we need to be looking at? That's where the Bay Area Biosolids Coalition wants to help supplement in terms of any kind of additional research that needs to be done, identify what that research is, and collaborate with the regional board and others that we need to. And the mission is ultimately to see and create a Bay Area region where all biosolids are beneficially used and recognized as an environmental asset. So we can return those nutrients as well as the organic matter and ultimately achieve climate mitigation, but soil health means better food too for everyone. So there's lots of different reasons to do it. We have 4 goals that are driving the coalition efforts, and the coalition supports the development of a diverse set of local and sustainable solutions, of course. We want to look not only at land application, but beyond that, of course, if there's other uses. But one of these 4, I guess to highlight these 4, communicating the value of biosolids is very important, but we want to make sure that we have scientific information supporting that communication and education. And so that's where the second goal comes in for advancing scientific research or independent scientific research on the safety and efficacy of biosolids. And we'll touch a little bit more on that in the next slide. But we also have a goal of supporting the expansion of land application in the Bay Area in general, and supporting the development of diverse set of options or sustainable options and all-weather options that we could utilize too, because there's some that we have limitations depending on rain, which we don't get a lot of right now, but would be nice. But we want to see all-weather, all-year-long options. So with that, we have some scientific research that we're pursuing and have been pursuing under Goal 2, really to answer, though, right now, Region 2's questions that were raised from the Biosolids in the Baylands white paper, but also to expand the use of biosolids, the beneficial use of that. And we have a 3-year research plan we put together. It's up for updating that this next year. But they're focused on 3 primary areas. And I see Ryan is here from the SFUC. He's been leading that effort for the coalition and spearheading it. So we have a document that we've put together looking at these 3 focus areas, benefits of biosolids used as soil amendment. We want to quantify that better. We can see carbon sequestration, but we want to also look at increase in water holding capacity and other areas. So we're looking at that in terms of going forward, how we allocate our own funds from the dues that we collect towards these types of efforts. Demonstrating biosolids safety. That's all related to what we're talking about now in terms of the biosolids in the Baylands and collecting that data that we need from the individual agencies, but what else could we collect to make sure that we're answering questions? And then expanding biosolids markets. We have lots of different potential products. What kind of markets can we generate from those? If we're not going to be, say, if it's not convenient or doesn't make sense to land apply some of these biosolids somewhere, can we have, or do we have other products for the use, or other markets for the use? Sorry about that. And then, of course, maintaining and expanding partnerships with local scientific community. We know that local research is very important in terms of doing the research on lands that are local to California to really understand, okay, this is, these are the benefits we have from land applying biosolids in these areas. So we have worked with UC Merced, Dr. Rebecca Riles, they published data in 2021 that we can provide to you if you don't have the paper already. Looking at the benefits of land application and biosolids, specifically focusing on carbon sequestration right now, but that's where we'd like to expand it to water holding capacity or other benefits. And then 2, plant uptake of PFAS from biosolids amended soils. We see that there's the PFAS investigative order. We're looking at what's in the influent, effluent, but also what's in biosolids. But we also want to see, okay, when we land apply it, do we see plant uptake? And so that work is underway right now by UC Davis and Dr. Gabby Black. And I think we're getting the report at the end of this year. Is that right, Ryan? There you have it. Preliminary results in about a month. I forgot there's a recording. And it'll be out at the end of this year. But we're identifying research support recycling biosolids back to soil right now. We're in this update of the research plan right now. So if you're not participating in the Bay Area Biosolids Coalition, or if you would like to, I'm not trying to plug totally, a little bit. But we'd really like your input, feedback, because the more we can understand the needs across the Bay Area, the better we can, produce the information we need. But also the collaboration with the regional board, we've really appreciated, and regulators in general and academics has been helpful for us to understand what is needed to answer some of these questions. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you. And that's it. Thank you.
And Sarah, just want to thank you for the very informative presentation and everything you do for the entire wastewater community on biosolids and climate change. And now, our final speaker this morning before lunch is going to be Dr. Mary Cousins, who's BACWA's Regulatory Program Manager since 2020. Many of you will recognize Mary from Zoom appearances supporting the BACWA's committee. So here you get to see her in person. Today, she's going to be updating you on a variety of topics related to climate change resiliency planning. And with that, thank you.
What's our overall time check?
Lunch is 12:30, so you're doing good. All right.
Okay, thank you, Eileen. Hang in there, everyone. It's almost lunchtime. Today, I'll be speaking about a variety of topics, really two main ones, related to resiliency planning, specifically climate change resiliency. And this talk is going to echo some of the themes that we've already heard from our regulators this morning, from Tom and Nicole. Thank you for covering some of those topics. I'll be touching on the results of the surveys that Tom mentioned this morning, going into a little more detail on that. Talk about the very related topic of sea level rise guidance. Then I'll talk a bit about the sanitary sewer waste discharge requirements that are in draft form right now, and then kind of summarize some reasons to really look at resiliency planning now if you're not already. So almost everyone in this audience today participated in some way in either creating or responding to this questionnaire that the Regional Water Board distributed last year, about a year ago, last April. And by September, every single POTW, each and every one, had finally responded to this survey. And the Regional Board shared those results with BACWA as well. So thank you for doing that. The survey was not for collection system agencies, but if you feel left out by that, don't worry. The State Water Board's planning another survey, probably going to be sometime in 2022, we think, but if we hear different, we'll update you. That survey is going to go to all of the treatment and all the collection system agencies, so more than 1,000 agencies will get that one. And then in a moment, I'll share the results of the Regional Board's survey, but before I do that, just wanted to remind you what our current approach to NPDES permitting is in our region. The permits, individual NPDES permits, don't really contain specific requirements related to resiliency planning because agencies are already obligated to provide reliable treatment. That's sort of an overlying requirement. But since 2020, each fact sheet of each permit has contained a little tidbit about sea level rise planning. And those vary depending on whether there's very specific plans or more general plans being crafted. And you can see a couple example up here. Now, other regions in the state are using a more one-size-fits-all approach to permitting and are actually including very specific requirements to create some sort of climate plan and submit it for permit compliance. Which you'll see here an example from Los Angeles region. So in the spirit of informing NPDES permitting, the division distributed the survey to everyone last summer, and just as a reminder, these were the questions that were asked. Very specific question about what sea level rise planning target you're using, questions about what vulnerabilities your agency may have, specifically with respect to the treatment plant, although there were answers that were provided with respect to collection systems as well. And then also asking about adaptation strategies. The big one, of course, is infrastructure improvements, and that's where most folks provided the most detail as well. I'll provide some general observations that the Regional Board made in their February 2022 Executive Officers Report. You'll find that on the Regional Board's website if you want to read it. and then I'll share my observations as well. So coming from this sort of official summary of the survey, obviously there's a lot of variability between what folks are using for sea level rise planning targets. And I noticed this myself as well, and I'll share a figure later on. Dischargers are planning for sea level rise and storm surges. So there's a lot of different vulnerabilities to climate change, but the one that most treatment plants mentioned in responding to this survey was really flooding, whether either sea level rise specifically or some combination of surface water and sea level rise flooding. Agencies did not as commonly cite other types of climate change vulnerabilities like drought, power outages, groundwater rise. Even though those were on the survey, those were not as commonly included in responses. Dischargers with high flood risk are taking action. So about a dozen different dischargers in the Bay Area in this survey response cited that they're either working or planning or building sea level rise levees or different kinds of structural infrastructure improvements, seawalls and levees, hardening their infrastructure. And then about 5 dischargers noted that they're doing some sort of nature-based solution, some kind of wetland project or horizontal levee type approach. The questionnaire is driving action. I think this is more true on the planning side, especially folks that don't have a specific plan that they can point to are now realizing they do need to have one. And ended with some very kind words for the discharger community, that good progress is being made. Some additional observations that I made is that, this is obvious, but our member agencies are using a variety of approaches for climate change adaptation planning. For some agencies, there's this standalone climate action plan, which makes sense, especially because municipalities have had to do this in response to legislation, whereas the independent wastewater districts have not had to do this, so maybe not as commonly are using that particular tool. About a third of agencies have already incorporated some sort of sea level rise planning directly into routine capital planning. So it's already kind of integrated right into the master plan or right into the CIP. However, I would say about 2/3 to 3/4 of agencies in the Bay Area noted in their survey that they know that they're vulnerable to sea level rise. So there's still a gap between those folks that are vulnerable and those that have already kind of made this a routine part of capital planning. The last observation I have is just that when we looked at what folks listed for their sea level rise projections, that's heavily influenced by regional partnerships, right? You're often going to be pointing towards, hey, we're using this projection because it's what the county is using, or it's what our city is using, not because the wastewater agency is independently choosing that projection. And so it's maybe not surprising that we see a very large range of sea level rise projections that were reported on this survey last summer. So looking at 2050, anywhere from a couple inches of sea level rise up to almost 5 feet. And of course, there's uncertainty in the science too. But this is a really, really large range to be planning for and not really knowing what target we're trying to hit. If you compare this to what the state guidance is saying we should be using, we're in many cases well below that. The Ocean Protection Council has some 2018 guidance that's very routinely cited as sort of the official guidance to use. For critical infrastructure, which is what wastewater is, we're supposed to be using the medium to high risk aversion category for planning and for designing infrastructure. This H++ scenario that's also shown as an orange curve, this is the sort of extreme risk averse scenario. This is what could happen with the collapse of the Antarctic ice sheet. And the state is saying, you don't need to design for that right now because we don't know, but you do need to understand what the impacts are and plan for those just in case. because there's so many different projections, so many different risk categories, the State Water Board, Coastal Commission, and some other state agencies all got together and produced a document that kind of simplified this guidance and said, if you have nothing else to go on, plan for 3.5 feet by 2050. So that's a pretty conservative target that's out there that you'll also see cited, and that's a lot higher than what most agencies are using at this time. So that's moving on from sea level rise onto the sanitary sewer waste discharge requirements, the other main topic I wanted to talk about. As Nicole mentioned this morning, earlier this year, the State Water Board issued a public review draft of a revised general order for sanitary sewer systems. This is going to replace the existing 2006 order, and it's also going to replace the 2013 monitoring and reporting program into one new combined document. And we know that actually the need to address climate change resiliency is actually one of the main reasons that the State Water Board is reopening and reissuing this permit. The draft was released back in the end of January, and we just wrapped up that whole 60-day public comment period and submitted comments at the beginning of April. We expect that the State Board's going to be issuing a revised draft, response to comments and all that stuff later this year, maybe summer to fall, and that the goal is to get this reissued by the end of 2022. Just as a reminder, this is the document that requires each collection system agency to maintain a sanitary sewer management plan. And here's some examples shown here. Doesn't matter if you're tiny or very large, you have to have one of these documents to prevent sanitary sewer spills. This draft is going to require that agencies, when they're crafting their SSMPs, to much more specifically address climate resilience than exists under the current requirements. So the way that it does this is that the new WDR is going to require you to prioritize capital projects as well as operation and maintenance activities in a way that considers not just capacity, not just do you have enough pipe capacity to convey flows, but do you have a way of addressing other risks too, besides insufficient capacity that could lead to spills. So you're going to have to prioritize projects in order to address potential resiliency problems that you have. So this is the draft language from the new WDR that says it's very short. The actual amount of words that are added to this order is very small, but it's a big change in how you do planning because it's not just looking at pipe capacity, it's looking at system resiliency overall. And so this is a significant change that we're going to be working through BACWA as well as our partner agencies with CASA, CWEA, and so on to develop some training materials for members, not just develop them ourselves, but also point members to these resources that are going to need to be developed so that we can help members respond to this new planning requirement. Although not in the enforceable section of the draft WDR, it also lists a bunch of vulnerabilities that the State Water Board is hoping agencies will look at when they are preparing their SSMPs. And please stay tuned for future training opportunities on this topic, again, through our collection system committee, but also through CASA, CWEA, and so on. Now, groundwater rise is not specifically called out in the WDR, but it is an area of potential concern for the Bay Area, for the, near the Baylands areas that are low-lying. There is definitely a potential connection between groundwater rise and sanitary sewer overflows. And many of you may know that SFEI is working on a project mapping how groundwater may respond to sea level rise. In most of the Bay Area counties, they're going to be looking at that. And They're going to be aiming to hold a workshop on the results of this work sometime probably in August of this year. So look for that. This study is going to be really good because it's not just strictly a modeling study, like zooming way out and doing a bunch of simulations. They're actually integrating a lot of field data into this study, and so I think there should be some really interesting results to look at that agencies may be able to actually use. So just to wrap up here, there's a lot of really good reasons to do climate resiliency planning right now. It's a good time for agencies to consider nature-based solutions. We heard Tom say this morning the regional board is really dedicated to getting those projects permitted. They're working on a climate change basin plan amendment that will help nature-based solutions like horizontal levees move through the permitting process more easily. The NPDES division has issued some communication tools to help with this permitting as well. So if you're thinking about all your options, this is a good time to consider nature-based solutions. We know that regulations are coming for collection system agencies. So if you're not already doing this for your collection system agency, you're going to have to in the future. It's a good time to learn from what's been done on the water side and what municipalities have had to do, because both cities and water utilities have had legislation, federal and state legislation and regulations that kind of require a lot of adaptation planning. Those same regulatory requirements have not been as strict for wastewater utilities, but it's coming, and it's a good time for us to see what they've learned as far as approaches and to use those in our industry too. It's a good time because there's still flexibility. As I mentioned, we don't have strict reports that are due in our region right now, so you do have the flexibility to kind of look at things the way that fit your utility and hopefully get ahead of any regulations that are coming there. It's a good time because funding is coming. We know there's going to be a lot of state and federal funding available, and that if you work with your regional partners, that is a good way to get eligible for that funding. And of course, planning ahead is always a good way to prevent future costs for rebuilding and moving infrastructure that could have been planned to go somewhere else in the first place. So in closing, I just want to say that I know many of you in this room have already done a lot of climate resiliency planning, which is wonderful. But there are definitely some BACWA agencies, especially some small and medium-sized members, that are not up to speed on this. So I really hope that we can use BACWA as a way of collaborating with each other to bring those smaller agencies up to speed. Not necessarily that BACWA itself is the forum for climate resiliency planning, but it is a way for us to make personal connections that we can use to do that regional planning that needs to be done. So I think that's a good kickoff to lunch so that you can go and network with one another and make those connections. But first, I know we have Q&A, so I'll turn it over to Eileen. Thank you.
And Mary, thank you for the great presentation, and I think it was very useful for everyone. I think we have a few minutes for questions. Any questions from the audience? Yes.
I had heard something about implementation of air regulations for PFAS. Can you talk about that?
Do you want lunch?
Yes. Implementation. That's okay. Implementation of air regulations. So that actually goes back to the state and AB 617 and the update to AB 2588 hot spots program. As part of that regulatory development, they included, and as part of our negotiation of that phased compliance, they included a list of PFAS compounds to be looked at. It's on the order of 60 compounds that need to be included in our kind of scanning as well as quantification process. So it's the first step towards regulation. It's more just investigating to see, do we see PFAS in the air emissions across these different treatment processes? And if we do, how much, and is that really toxic? Now, the question is, some of those PFAS compounds don't have toxicity potentials associated with them, and we'd need to work with OWIHA and others to determine what those are before we even know if they're actually toxic in the amounts that we would have emitted it, if we do emit it. So we're kicking that process off with a two-step process. So get that flyer that Courtney talked about, and we really need participation. But there hasn't been, I guess, we have to have that data before the regulatory process begins with the Air Resources Board, and that's what we've talked about. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Great, thanks for the good question. Other questions? I think everybody wants lunch. Give it another few seconds. Anybody?
I have a question.
Sure.
Also for Sarah. So how are other regions, air district regions around the state addressing climate pollutant regulation?
Okay. How are other, actually, there are no other local air districts that are looking at regulating methane and nitrous oxide at this time, at least not from wastewater treatment plants. Through CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, we have been tracking the different local air districts for this. And so the Bay Area is looking at it as kind of a first step. Yes, it's tabled right now, but that information from the survey that Courtney had mentioned is going to help us with our discussions, our next discussions on how that proceeds and what that looks like. But I haven't seen any other air districts, unless, Greg, do you know of other? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's a good check. Okay. So yeah, that's where we're at there. And the state, well, I guess there's no further, I guess, investigation on different sources of emissions from wastewater treatment plants with respect to kind of nitrous oxide emissions and such at this point in time. We have had those discussions because their focus has been on air toxics as well, and don't see this as a major contributor at this time.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
So, I'm Vern from Sonoma County. There was that US EPA OIG report that was said, biosolids are not necessarily safe. We don't have the science for that. Raised a lot of concerns. Is there any federal development that people should know about on biosolids?
Oh, God. I like that.
I'm Greg Kester with CASA.
That was great.
Yeah, we actually developed a response to that OIG report. Researchers from Ohio State, Purdue, and University of Arizona. So that's one thing. And EPA is working to develop, modernize their risk screening model as well as their full risk assessment model, which is going to be reviewed beginning in August with a conclusion by the end of the year. So we're hopeful that they will be able to do a new assessment beginning in 2023. So that's a lot of effort actually is going on within EPA at this point.
Thank you, Greg, for answering the question. You'll be on the panel next year. Other questions? Courtney, here you go.
Actually, I think I should get a 5-minute rebuttal anytime Courtney gives a presentation to this group. But my question actually is CARB in the conversation here about coordination on review of the test methods for the toxic study? You talked about coordinating with the local air districts, but I mean, it seems like that would be a good role for CARB to play, to kind of coordinate across the state and get things done more quickly, prioritize compounds, that sort of thing. So have you had those conversations with CARB at all?
Well, I haven't because I'm not CASA. Sarah is CASA.
Maybe Sarah could answer
So,
that.
yeah, it's a question actually for Sarah.
Yeah, so we have actually a group of CARB staff that we're talking with about that exact question. And I guess looking at all the different details from the toxicity potential to the methods that we need to use for sampling and analysis, but recognize that we have to have local air districts in the room at the same time. And so that's where we had said, okay, we'll go ahead and figure out what this, I guess, schedule and then participants looks like so we can bring everybody to the same table and have that discussion.
Yeah, great, thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Another question here, let me take the microphone. I can run it up there.
Hi, Steve Moore, Ross Valley Sanitary District. In a prior life, I worked on water quality standards. It's real interesting to see the development of the water quality criteria for PFAS. And I didn't quite get from the presentations, and anyone can answer this, but in terms of how we looked at attainability, comparing the effluent quantities that have been measured to the proposed criteria and any kind of effluent limit that might be developed from that, and where are we at on attainability?
So, Diana, I don't know if you want to take this, if you've looked at the new standards that the EPA has put forth? Because they're very new.
I looked at them very briefly, and my recollection was that they were quite high in the milligrams per liter, and we're measuring these effluent concentrations in the nanograms per liter.
I can tell you, I mean, I got it open, the acute numbers. These are for fresh water, so keep that in mind. But for fresh water, the acute numbers are really high for PFOA. They're just for PFOA and PFOS with the O. You know, only those the two. 49 milligrams per liter acute for PFOA, 3 milligrams per liter acute for PFOS. For chronic, this is a 4-day average, not to be exceeded 3 years. It was basically 94 parts per billion for PFOA and 8.4 parts per billion for PFOS. So the fact that we're in the nanogram, we got to look at this. We're in the nanograms, not micrograms levels. So we're probably in pretty good. We're probably okay. That's my immediate reaction, but that's 90 and 8 micrograms per liter is what's being proposed. Freshwater. There are also fish numbers. They're invertebrate, fish, whole body, and fish muscle. Like 6 fish, whole body, part per million. It's almost 7 part per million for PFOS. Those also seem a lot higher than what we've been observing, Diana, but I don't have the observations memorized. But we definitely will take a close look at this. That's
Yeah.
what I had the same thought, Steve, as I was looking at this. Is like how attainable it is going to be. I think given that we have the benefit of the bay, mixing, we're not going to be the front line on this. And especially because this is the focus on fresh water, but this is just, the attention to PFAS is only going to grow. And I just want one last observation, Sarah, because I appreciate it's part of the strategy for biosolids is sort of outreach, because what dawns on me is, we're going to deal with the toilet to tap kind of dilemma. It's like people are going to be fearful when they, even though you call it biosolids, it's like that helps compared to sludge. But there are going to be, we're going to be haunted by the fact that there's the new chemicals that we don't know enough about are going to be challenging. It's good to know that the more conventional stuff tain't so bad. And we're also perhaps going to be looking into what can we do? Is there ways to manage what's in the biosolids to make them less environmentally consequential? I got in my head the kind of dialogue we're having with Valley Water on RO concentrate. Though we can potentially say, it might be okay to discharge into the bay, we're still going to want to ask, what are our potential treatment options to protect against the future? And, for example, so I appreciate your nod, is that's really part of having this, thinking ahead, what are the kind of questions that we're going to need to answer today, but also in the future will give us ability to do it well, do it right, and ideally cost effectively.
totally agree. And that is part of the Bay Area Biosolids Coalition goal number 4 is looking at different, beyond land application, other solutions and technologies. And we've created a matrix of different emerging technologies and based on different criteria, because we're trying to look at, where they're at in maturity and also what they can actually accomplish for some of the pollutant removals as well. So there's some research out there by WRF and WEF and others looking at some of the technologies right now in terms of thermal technologies and their removal of different emerging contaminants. So we're trying to keep track of that and communicate that to the coalition and members as well.
Great. Is there any one last question? Okay, if not, I'm going to say let's break for lunch. And I just want to thank both panels this morning were excellent. Audience had great questions, and the audience was also great helping us answer the questions. So thank you. I know, you've been doing this for so long. I mean, you know so much.
That's very sad, but I'm glad you made it down here. sorry?
I guess maybe I should ask you later. Somebody's behind you.
Well, I have to find the person's phone number. Oh, that's fine. Okay. I'm not getting good internet here, but I guess my laptop is there. You want it? About the what? It was borderline. Hello? Oh, hi, Nicole. This is Lorian. I'm good. So we're at lunch right now, and I was hoping that you could log on to the Zoom link so we could do a sound check. Yeah. Oh, it was just going to be like log in, just make sure we can hear you, you can hear us, and then that was it. Okay. Okay, she's logging in. Yeah.
Seemed like last action was good too.
Yeah. But we had to kind of have her fiddle with her
Yeah, totally.
audio setup because she was using the phone at first and
Oh,
it
I
didn't
see.
work. Hi. Okay, I'm hanging up now so we don't get feedback. Okay.
Yeah.
So actually, can you speak?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great. So what we're going to do is we're going to start up again around 1:30. And so Amit's going to give the sort of general committee leadership, and then we're going to have Dan come up to present the award to you.
Right.
So if you could log in at 12:30, but then just don't turn your camera on until Dan comes.
Okay.
I think
Not
that'll
a problem.
work.
Yeah.
And so there'll be a slide showing here. Actually, let me share my screen. Maybe this is the way we'll do it, so that you're not this enormous face.
Please.
Not that there's anything wrong with being an enormous face. Okay, so this is the, there.
Oh, cool.
Okay, except I'm not able to proceed. Okay, there. So this is what's going to be on, and you'll be in the corner. Okay?
Yay.
And we're going to have our camera off so that you can't see us. So it'll
Okay.
just be, you're going to be the only talking head. Okay?
So
All
my
right.
head will be up in the top right. Is that what?
That's where you are right now, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
So that's it, and congratulations, and looking forward
Thank
to seeing you after
you.
lunch.
Thank you so much, Lorian.
Yep. Okay.
See you soon.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's our winner. She's, okay, so I think that's it.
That's a good person. Yeah.
Yeah, her application was amazing. Yeah.
Anything that I can do to help, or anything I should be aware of? Of course, I'll be here right after lunch and 5 minutes before for the board.
No, it's getting easier and easier with each one. We have fewer and fewer panelists until Jackie just has the one. Okay.
Doing a great job. This is the content is the best I think I've ever seen.
Well, you know what? I agree. I feel like we're maturing as a group, and I'm pleased for it.
No, it's okay. I can manage. Mhm. It's that one, right?
How do you, oh yeah, okay, that one
yeah.
is right here.
Yeah. Right there.
That's pretty.
They're already 37.
I will go short.
I mean, it's good. You should allow them for socializing.
You know what? Forget it. I'll sort it out.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. We'll get started shortly.
So we're sharing the screen, so hopefully Nicole's face will pop up. But if not, I'll.
Welcome back, everybody. I think many of you are still enjoying lunch. I want to thank Bakwa staff. I think the food was really good. I don't know about you. Thanks to Jennifer and staff. And there's still more coffee left, so if you're interested. All right, now going back to business. So you know Bakwa is a small organization, and our strength is in the volunteers who step up and participate in many of Bakwa's initiatives, especially to lead our committees. Bakwa has 9 active committees that form the core of Bakwa's interagency collaboration and provide direction for Bakwa. These committees meet throughout the year, and scope of their work covers a broad spectrum of activities. I'll try to name all of them. They review regulations. They meet with the regulators. They write comment letters, develop outreach programs for public education. They share information within the wastewater community. They conduct field trips to promote learning from others' experiences. They undertake special studies. They conduct training sessions. They develop guidance documents. They prepare white papers and reports. They also collaborate with other agencies and organizations in helping to protect the public health and the environment. So our annual meeting webpage will have a link at the top of the committee with all the top committee accomplishments over the past year. So here's my pledge to you. If you're new to Bakwa or just want to be more involved in the key issues of the wastewater community in the Bay Area, please look at the committee meetings posted in our website. It's open to all our members, and then you can sign up for any of the committee you are interested in. You can contact Bakwa staff, or you could do it just online at bakwa.org. Thank you again to all committee members and committee leaders.
The dongle doesn't work.
All right, next session is to honor the memory of our past leader, Arlene Navarrete, who we lost in 2012 after a long battle with cancer. This award is of $2,500 to be used for professional development and was created in the honor of Arlene and her dedication to the improving the health of the San Francisco Bay. I personally didn't have the privilege to work with her, but here's what I've learned about her. She used to work for SFPUC, and she provided invaluable service to BACWA through her leadership in BACWA committees and later as a member of the BACWA Board of Directors. She had that unique combination of technical and regulatory expertise, which was coupled with interpersonal skill that resulted in success. She represented the BACWA membership on many, many initiatives. Her development of an effective relationship with regulators and community-based nonprofits resulted in the development of more thoughtful and effective water quality regulations. I would now like to introduce Dan Jackson, Laboratory Director of Union San and BACWA's former Laboratory Committee Chair, who will present the award to this year's winner.
Zoom window up, so. Oh, no, there we are.
Hold it up.
Well,
Should I stop share or?
sure, stop share.
There she is,
Okay.
but
But
Is it still there? Maybe it's running a little slow. Yeah, there it is. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, it's getting there. There it is.
Okay, well. Hey, Nicole, can you turn your camera on?
There she is.
Okay.
there she is.
We're gonna make it smaller.
Okay,
She's less
yay.
looping.
Okay, so,
That's not too bad.
all right, can you hear me? When Lorian asked me to present the award to Nicole, she said something about the Oscars, but I've since found out this is quite different from the Oscars. For one thing, the identity of the winner is not kept a secret, so I don't have an envelope to open. And for another thing, it's a remote presentation, so probably nobody's going to get slapped. So I'm very happy to announce that the winner of this year's, the 2022 Arlene Navarrete Award is Nicole Van Aken, Laboratory Manager at the Fairfield-Sassoon Sewer District and the current chair of the BACWA Laboratory Committee. Before I go into why the selection committee picked Nicole for the award, I'd like to provide a little background about what's going on with laboratories in California that will help motivate the award. As many of you know, ELAP adopted new regulations for laboratory accreditation that went into effect on January 1st, 2021. These regulations require all certified laboratories in California to adopt to comply with the requirements in the 2016 TNI standard, with two small exceptions, by January 2024, with a 3-year transition period. The TNI accreditation standard has more than 1,000 separate requirements the laboratories need to comply with, largely involving additional documentation and record keeping. And this will require most labs to completely revamp their systems for ensuring quality and gathering documentation. And although the TNI standard was adopted with large was designed with large commercial laboratories in mind. Our Bockwell municipal labs, large and small, are going to have to meet the same requirements and do the additional work that required to implement this system, usually with no additional staff. And this is a pretty heavy lift for our member agencies, especially the smaller labs. Nicole certainly appreciates this because she's running a 3-person lab while implementing the TNI standard. We're now about halfway through the 3-year transition period that ELAP established. So this is getting real, and it's getting real quickly. And the first audits against the standard will take place in about a year, depending on when a lab's certificate expires. So while each of our laboratories has to stand alone when being audited, there are many ways that we can support each other in getting ready. And under Nicole's leadership, the Bockwell Laboratory Committee has undertaken several initiatives to help support our agency labs in adopting the TNI standard, which is a good example of the kinds of why Bockwell exists and the support that it can give its members in sort of a unique way, that we can be much stronger working together than we can trying to deal with these problems individually. Since Nicole has been the laboratory chair, the committee has initiated a monthly class series on the TNI standard taught by Diane Lauver, a TNI expert and local laboratory consultant. Class attendance has been quite good, 50 to 60 attendees for each class, including agencies in Civiqua as well as Bockwell. After each class, attendees receive copious quantities of supplementary materials, written answers to questions that were asked during the meeting. And so the class has been a big success, and we're projecting to continue it into next fiscal year to complete the coverage of the TNI standard clause by clause. As someone from the selection committee noted about Nicole, Nicole is passionate about helping others and giving people the resources they need to succeed, as displayed in her work to train laboratory staff from various wastewater agencies on the latest accreditation standards. Nicole's help goes far beyond her own agency. She has facilitated training for hundreds of agency staff as they work to meet the latest lab certification requirements. An additional initiative launched under Nicole's leadership is a document library where laboratories can post procedures, forms, and other documents that they're using to comply with the standard so that we can share ideas and resources and solutions to problems. The library is available to Bockwell members, and if you want a link, send Mary an email and she can provide that to you. So this award is meant to recognize leaders who embody some of Arlene's personal characteristics, including mentorship and compassion for others. I have been around long enough to have had the privilege to work with Arlene. I'll remember her as the chair of the permits committee when I was very new to that committee. And I really see Nicole as someone who's similar in how she chairs the lab committee and encourages participation and promotes the idea that there are no dumb questions. Since Nicole took over as committee chair, she's run the meetings in a more inclusive way and has increased participation by others during the meeting and on the email exchange that we have in between meetings. She's also recruited the next chair and the next vice chair, assuring a solid line of succession and a sustainable leadership for the committee going into the future. In the nomination statement, Nicole's supervisor wrote, "She is a phenomenal communicator and an extremely compassionate supervisor. Her lab analysts describe her as a, quote, breath of fresh air, a positive force for change, and a supervisor who is always working to make her coworkers' jobs more enjoyable and impactful. She works besides her analysts daily as a chemist, and she's enthusiastic about performing quality bench work as she is about the numerous big picture efforts that she has undertaken." So this award is meant to recognize emerging leaders in the wastewater community. And that certainly describes Nicole and her efforts to advance the laboratory community in the Bay Area. So let's give Nicole a big hand in appreciation. And here's the plaque, Nicole, so you can see it. And I'll give this to Meg, and she can bring it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. I hope everyone can hear me. Good afternoon. I'm sorry I can't be there in person with everyone, but I am so honored to be presented with the Arlene Navarrete Award. I'd like to thank the Bakwa board for their support and Fairfield Sassoon Sewer District, specifically Meg Hurston, for nominating me. As Dan mentioned, the Bakwa Laboratory Committee has been focused on providing assistance to all labs as we transition to the TNI standard. This has truly been a collaborative effort from Bakwa Lab leadership and committee members. I'd like to extend a huge thank you to past and future Bakwa Lab chairs. And as past chair, the TNI training and assistance was really born from Dan Jackson's insight and leadership, and I have just continued on the path he laid out. So thank you, Dan. Also, thank you to future committee leadership, Samantha Bailo-Ricky and Blake Brown, for volunteering to take on the chair and vice chair roles. I know they will continue to brainstorm training ideas and provide TNI resources for Bakwa Laboratories. Again, I'm honored to be presented with the Arlene Navarrete Award. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan, and congratulations to Nicole. So our afternoon session will now focus on nutrients. First, let me ask back Lorraine again. Will give us a brief update on the nutrient watershed permit and the governance of the nutrient management strategy.
Okay, thank you, Amit. And I'm just closing down the Zoom, and this is not something we ever dealt with in previous annual meetings, but just gonna roll with it. Okay. There we go. And okay, we're all set. So I know we're running a bit late, and I'll go short. And if anyone wants to talk more nutrients with me, my office hours are across the street afterwards at Jupiter's, and I'll keep talking as long as there's beer. So, good afternoon. So we're going to be hearing more about nutrient regulation and science, and I just wanted to provide some context for what's going to come next. Our region's approach to nutrient management has been used as a model throughout the country. So we'll talk very briefly today about how we got here and what that means. So our not-so-secret sauce in our region is hard-ass collaboration. You heard it from Tom first, and so I can say it now. We've worked hard to build our three-legged stool for effective nutrient management that's supported by the POTW community, our regulators, and the science team. And so this allows us to pursue nutrient regulations based on science, which is the core of our approach. It also fosters long-term strategic thinking that will support agencies as they integrate nutrient management into their long-term capital planning efforts. So the two institutional structures that we've developed in our region to support this approach that are a model for collaborative decision-making elsewhere is the Nutrient Management Strategy, which is the body that governs the science, and the Nutrient Watershed Permit, which is a document that both supports the science and translates scientific results into implementation. So the collaborative approach gathered national attention when the San Francisco Bay NMS received the National Environmental Achievement Award from NAQUA in January 2019. And this photo here was taken at our 2018 retreat, where Bakwa members sat down with regulators informally to hash out the details of the second watershed permit. Hopefully this isn't the last photo we ever take where you can see our faces. Hopefully we can update it next year. But having this level of rapport really builds trust between stakeholders and allows us to innovate in our region in terms of our approach. So what's the nutrient management strategy? It was formed in 2012. It's the structure in our region that defines how to study the important questions. Is the bay impaired or heading towards impairment? Are nutrients playing a significant role on condition? What are the sources and loadings of nutrients, and what are management actions to reduce nutrient loading? So the NMS Science Manager, Dr. David Sen, uses this plot here to show the in a conceptual way the types of studies that are being done and the gap between where we are now and where we need to be in order to make management decisions. And I'll let Dave talk more about that during his session. So who's deciding which studies get performed? So the scientific studies are prioritized by the NMS by a multi-stakeholder group made up of Bakwa, which has 2 seats, the Regional Water Board, the San Francisco Estuary Institute, who's leading the science efforts, Baykeeper, an NGO dedicated to protecting the health of the bay, and then other stakeholders, including US EPA Region 9, NOAA Fisheries, USGS, and others. So as new staff have joined our member agencies in our community, especially during the pandemic, I've been getting questions. Who are all these groups? Who can join? Who can participate? And I'd put together this graphic to somewhat illustrate what they are and what they do. So the steering committee I'd already mentioned. I'd like to reiterate, though, that although BACWA has 2 designated seats, voting seats on the steering committee, the meetings are open to all. They're a public meeting, so you are all welcome to participate and contribute. The planning subcommittee is a subset of this steering committee that makes recommendations on agenda and how to move the process forward to the steering committee. The assessment framework work group is a small group of stakeholders to meet to guide the direction of the assessment framework. Dave may talk about this some more this afternoon. The nutrient technical work group meets annually to focus on work products and aims to get technical feedback from any stakeholder who is interested in an engagement. And then BACWA has its own 2 nutrient related groups that meet semi-regularly. So first of all, the nutrient technical team reviews NMS work products. It's supported by Mike Connor, who's somewhere in here, who's under contract with BACWA. And the nutrient strategy team's main charge is to develop BACWA's negotiating positions on permitting. Participation in these groups takes some level of commitment, but it's open to whomever is interested in participating and contributing to these discussions. So if you are interested in joining and you're not on the lists for these, please contact me. So on to the second watershed permit. Right now we're finishing off the 3rd year of the permit. Agencies are continuing to do nutrient monitoring. In their effluent, agencies over 10 MGD are monitoring nutrients in their influent as well. So all agencies are participating in the group annual report that we recently submitted for the 3rd year of the permit. Support for science. BACWA and its members contribute $2.2 million annually for the 5-year permit term. Regional studies. The watershed permit requires us to look at nutrient reduction from a multi-benefit perspective. So nutrient control, as we know, is a big investment for the long term, and these studies are meant to help us understand how it fits into other regional long-term planning efforts with respect to habitat restoration, climate resilience, and water infrastructure. So we're conducting 2 multi-benefit studies, the recycled water evaluation as well as the nature-based solutions study, which you'll be hearing about next. And then direction for future permits, which Tom talked about this morning. All right, thanks. I'm behind. So the Water Board anticipates in the 3rd watershed permit they will be considering whether to establish nutrient limits. And because of that, the fact sheet in the 2nd watershed permit establishes a baseline based on previous data from 2014 to 2017. And the fact sheet also recognizes early actors as an incentive to reduce loads before it's required. So those who take actions before 2024 wouldn't be prioritized in the future to take further nutrient reductions if load caps are imposed. So I am actually going to skip past this because of time, but suffice to say that BACWA is instrumental in responding to all the requirements of the watershed permit, and we are on track for reporting and the special studies as well as funding the science. So next steps. Continuing to meet all the permit deadlines for reporting and funding, and then continuing to engage in the governments of the NMS to seek the answers to scientific questions we need to inform the 3rd watershed permit. And earlier this week, the NMS approved the fiscal year 23 work plan. Continuing discussions on provisions envisioned for the 3rd watershed permit and activities that need to be undertaken in preparation for those permit negotiations and fact-finding that needs to happen. And then communicating progress to the BACWA membership via workshops, committee meetings, briefings, monthly bulletin, and direct communications. And we also need to solicit feedback from our members. So before I close, I'd like to give you a sense of the major challenges that we're meeting as we continue negotiations for the 3rd watershed permit. So first of all is timing. If through the science program the water board doesn't find any current impairment in the bay and imposes load caps using an anti-degradation rationale, which is what they have said they intend to do, then we should be afforded time to incorporate nutrient management into long-term planning efforts in a way that maximizes the benefits of future projects to the environment and to our ratepayers. Secondly, how to balance individual versus aggregate load limits. So if, as the Water Board has said, the load restrictions are implemented in the third watershed permit, we need to decide how to balance the consequences of exceeding individual load caps versus a whole bay load cap. What kind of action would be required and how would compliance schedules be set? And then incentivizing multi-benefit projects. How would the third watershed permit incentivize the kinds of projects that stakeholders want to see, such as recycled water and nature-based solutions? They might be more expensive and less reliable than traditional nutrient removal, but provide co-benefits in terms of water or climate change resilience. So onward, next watershed permit and beyond, we'll continue to prioritize continued collaboration with regulators, scientists, and other stakeholders, and continue our reliance on science as the basis for decision-making, which will be the top priorities as we move into the future. While these collaborative processes are taking place, we need to show good faith efforts to engage in long-term planning for projects that achieve nutrient reductions in the context of co-benefits and also, as we know, competing priorities such as climate change resilience, addressing emerging pollutants, replacing aging infrastructure, and coordinating projects with water and stormwater agencies to improve our water environment. Then many agencies are already well down this path to planning and implementing just such projects, so these efforts should be recognized and incentivized through regulation. So I would like to, as I said, invite you to join me after the meeting at Jupiter, and if you need to beat traffic and get home, I am always available by phone or email if you want to discuss these issues further. Now I would like to invite down Amy Chastain, the BACWA board member and regulatory program manager of SFPUC's wastewater enterprise, who will be moderating our next session, as well as Ian and Mike, who will be describing our two special studies.
Thanks, Lauren. I think Lorian did all the introductions that I need to do. I just want to say hi, everybody. I haven't been in a room with this many people, and it's so nice to see all of your faces. None of you have aged or put on weight. You look great. I've told like 18 of you that I got my first pair of bifocals during the pandemic, and I lost them this morning, so I can't really see very well. But so as Lorian mentioned, our next panelists who are kind of giving me the side eye right now, I can tell, are really going to be talking about giving us an update on the status of some of the great work that's really been led by BACWA and our regional groups. So the two folks that we have are in order of presentation are going to be Mike Falk, who's a project manager, Dr. Mike Falk, sorry, with HDR, who's been engaged with this from its inception, and will be sharing the results of our most recent group annual report with us. And then we have Ian Wren, who's with the SFBI and is our NMS project coordinator, and he'll be sharing the results from the nature-based study project on, you can tell how nervous I am. I really have not been around people that much during the pandemic, as you can tell. The nature-based solutions and its opportunities for reducing nitrogen loading. And then, I'm sorry, also Ian's going to be giving us an update on the recycled water facility report. So, my job here is to make everyone else look good, so I really hope that I succeeded in that arena.
Ian had something else to talking glasses. All right, so I'm going to talk about the group annual report as well as the recycled water update. But before we do any of that, Lorian talked earlier about the collaborative nature and the NOC award. I kind of wanted to take a moment to talk about how BACWA's efforts are extending well beyond the Bay. And I'm not sure if folks are in the know on this, but I kind of wanted to point out a few things. First and foremost, the EPA routinely references all the work we're doing here, and I just think that's a testimony to everyone's efforts on this. In terms of research and advancing the state of the industry, BACWA's been a key member on several Water Research Foundation grants. In particular, 4973, I've got a graphic on the bottom right here that I've been fortunate to work on where it's a holistic outlook on nutrient management. It really focuses on what we call the 3 Ps, practices, policies, and partnerships. And that effort really talks about how you can harness the power of those 3 Ps to really advance an agenda. As well as 4974, it looks at optimization of facilities. And then lastly, 5087, that is just getting started, looks at controls and sensors with respect to nutrient management. But in terms of other regions, there's other things happening besides advancing the state of the industry. Over the last several years, there's been several key BACWA members that have engaged the Pacific Northwest. Several years ago, Dave Williams, when he was involved with BACWA, physically went up there. This past year, Lauren, while she wasn't able to go up there physically, we had a really interactive Zoom session, and it's led to a situation where they never used to have a collective voice in the Pacific Northwest, and now they've created their own version of BACWA, you could call it, Puget Sound Clean Water Alliances. Feel free to look it up online, pscwa.org. And then on the bottom left here, the Delaware River Basin Commission, the DRBC, they've had a DO-SAG challenge there with respect to ammonia loads, and they've really learned from the BACWA experience, and now those 12 different, or I guess 9 different dischargers are really starting to meet quarterly and talk about solutions for their area. So just kudos to the BACWA team for that. Just want to make sure folks were aware of that. So pivoting over to the nutrients in our neck of the woods, let's first talk about the Group Anger report. This was submitted in February 2022, and the database is really getting rich and strong. I just kind of want to point out the 3 areas we're looking at and what are some of the challenges that we face. But first and foremost, now we're the 2nd year of having influent data for dischargers that have a permitted capacity of greater than 10. We're at a point now where I think we've worked out all the kinks with respect to sampling, where this next year's report, I think we can really start that process of comparing the removals. To give folks a feel for removal, historically, the agencies have removed about 1/3 of the TIN load and about 2/3 of the total phosphorus load across the plant. Discharge-wise, we've got a really rich data set that dates back to July 2012. This past year, no surprises here, it was relatively dry. When you look at flows and the nutrient loads, it was the lowest across all fronts with the exception of total phosphorus that we've had in the dry season since we started doing the effort. So that's a blend of optimization upgrades as well as recycled water increase due to the drought as well as COVID. So there's a lot of competing factors there that we'll touch on here. I did want to bring attention to there are a lot of agencies that have really taken this by the horns and have optimized or done their upgrades. For example, San Jose, as I listed here, they've been reducing their TIN loads on the order of 800 to 1,000 kilograms per day. East Bay Mud's done quite a bit the past couple years. They're looking on the order of 600 kilograms a day reductions. So there's a lot going on there with respect to optimizations. And then there's agencies that have already moved forward with upgrades, such as Oraloma, Pinole, and there's lots that are in design and construction, such as San Mateo. So as you see the numbers as we get into this, since over the last 4 or 5 years, the reductions on the TIN standpoint are on the order of 15 to 20%. So a lot of things happening with respect to shaving loads. The future is really unclear with respect to the drought and COVID related. You don't have, when you start talking about COVID, you don't have all those daily commuters. Things are ramping up. I have been in traffic and been stuck. There are people coming in, but it's just a bit different, to say the least. And then another key component of this most recent Group Anger report was the inclusion of recycled water volumes. And like anything, there's lessons learned from this first go-around. There's things we're probably going to modify this next year, but it really brought some context to how that could influence the load management. So let's kind of walk through flows and loads. In the past, I've put together a lot of tables for you all, but I'm trying to do something that's a little more visually appealing. So when you start talking about flows on these plots that follow the values for the flow or the load are on the top, and then I've got a plot that speaks to each year how that compares to the 9-year average of the data, whether it be above or below it. And there's a couple key things to point out here. Do we have a clicker? I don't have to have one, but that's okay. No big deal. So the last 3 years, it's just a steady decline in the flows, and I wanted to bring attention to a couple areas. The biggest reduction in the dry season this past year was in the lower South Bay on the order of 8 MGD compared to the previous year on average. The second one is San Pablo Bay, and what's really unique about San Pablo Bay is a lot of those dischargers typically have seasonal limits where they're not allowed to discharge, whereas a lot of those agencies didn't even discharge the past 2 years, such as Sonoma Valley. So every drop of water from that plant has gone to reuse, and I just thought it's important to bring that to folks' attention. So a summary of kind of the findings here. No surprise here, I mentioned this already, that the dry and the annual average flows are the lowest since we started compiling the nutrient data. And then in terms of reductions compared to the two prior years, you're looking at pretty pronounced reductions when you look at dry season or annual average. Unfortunately, this past year, I don't think it was wet enough that we're going to see a big increase. We did have the wet November and December, but there was a big lull there, so I'm not so sure the flows are going to be any higher. Yeah. That's okay. All right, so I wanted to kind of piggyback the flows with precipitation. So I kind of built upon that last graphic and I added the green line, the precipitation. And with the exception of the first few years, it by and large just tracks quite closely. And I think that's just a testimony to our ability to monitor what we anticipate. So given the relatively mild year in terms of precipitation, expecting the flows to be pretty low this upcoming dry season. So let's kind of build on that and talk about ammonia loads. So since 2015, those ammonia loads have really tracked quite closely with the flow, in particular the last few years. When you look at the ammonia values, again, they're the lowest in the dry season since we went down this process dating back to July 2012. And I kind of wanted to bring attention to a few of the plants. The biggest discharge reduction by subembayment was in the Central Bay. And looking at the plants specifically, all the agencies in the lower South Bay, Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, and San Jose, they all had reductions in their ammonia loads. And then you've got the other agencies that have done their upgrades or optimizations, such as Orloma I mentioned, Pinole, Mountain View, and Sassoon Bay. They did some optimization at their facility, as well as East Bay Mud that I've already referenced. I think the parameter that gets the most attention, because that's where a lot of the topic is the total inorganic nitrogen loads. Just to remind everybody, that's the sum of the ammonia, the nitrite, and the nitrate loads for the discharges. And it's really tracking quite closely with the ammonia. Not a big surprise there. The big thing, though, is just the overall reduction. It really just continues to decline each year, and it's just testimony to the optimization and upgrades that we're seeing at these facilities, the ones I've already referenced. It is a little unclear, though, once we do have a wet year, how it'll be impacted, as well as what's the future holds with, I'm not sure whether to call it pandemic or endemic at this point, but with respect to COVID. And then lastly here, it's a little hard to see with the colors here, but the total phosphorus load in the orange. And of the flow in the nitrogen, this one is the most squirrely and most random in nature. And that's kind of a testimony to how it's removed, as well as now it's a competing resource with respect to carbon management. So a lot of the agencies in the Bay Area, I mentioned earlier that the percent reduction across the plant for phosphorus is on the order of 2/3 load reduction. And it's a blend of plants doing chemical removal, whether it be collection system chemical addition at their primaries, what have you. A lot of that is seasonal in nature, and just depending on what's happening in the system, it's not a steady supply of chemicals, so there's some variability there. You also have facilities that do biological phosphorus removal, those that have anaerobic selectors, such as Central Contra Costa, and there's some variability at times that's just not as robust and reliable. A key feature, though, of the total phosphorus that it's a little hard to glean from the data. There's not enough facilities that have made this upgrade changes to their facilities, but those facilities that currently do biological phosphorus removal and shift towards TI and load reduction will likely stop reducing the phosphorus loads biologically, because that selector is going to turn into a denitrification tank. And that's something we've noticed at Orloma as they've done that upgrade at their plant and pivoted from an anaerobic selector to a night-to-night system. So that's something to be cognizant of, that when you're using that tank for a different purpose, you definitely take away from the ability to use phosphorus. All right, so just to kind of summarize what we've seen here, as I said, the dry season flows and loads are the lowest since we started sampling, with the exception of total phosphorus. There's a lot of reasons here. You've got COVID-driven reasons listed in the slide there. You've got the blend of plants doing optimization and upgrades, the low rainfall, and I'm sure there's others I'm missing there, but it's a very complicated web of what's happening. But one thing I feel pretty comfortably saying is that given the relatively dry year, that the flows are going to maintain being at their low volumes this upcoming dry season. So that kind of captures our influent. Again, we're addressing I think we've sorted through the kinks in the sampling, the discharge, things are reducing, and then the third piece is the recycled water. So I've got a build here where there's a lot going on at this table, but just to kind of boil it down, this has the different sub-embayments with the 5 sub-embayments and the volumes for the different recycled water types and users. And really the punchline here is this is the year round. We're averaging a little over 46 MGD of flow over the course of the year to recycled water, which translates to over 52,000 acre feet per year. In terms of how that compares to what's going into the bay, there's about 11% of the effluent flow is recycled, and I listed the equation used to calculate that, which is essentially the volume to recycle water divided by the sum of the recycled water volume plus the average flow to the bay. Of the recycled water types, industrial is the predominant type, and the lower South Bay has the highest demand or use of recycled water. So while this was the first year that we've done it, we definitely have a few lessons learned from that. So I appreciate all the lab folks that got us all the data. It was a big ask this year. It will be improved moving forward. The next part of this is the dry season, which is the bottom graphic there. And the percent increase with respect to flow increased from about 11% to 15%. Industrial user being the primary user of that did not change. And again, the lower South Bay has the highest demand when looking at the data. So one thing that we did learn was the timing didn't really work because you've got that statewide geo-tracker asked to get the recycled water volumes. That's after the Group Anger report. There's some nuanced differences between the two, so we're trying to get more coordinated on that front moving forward. Any questions as we move to next year's here? You know, we're going to continue to expand this, have those 3 areas: influent, discharge, and recycled water. The data set's going to continue to get richer. And one thing that we've learned over the last few months as we've been looking at the data, looking into the future for load caps, has to do with the statistics. So it's still to be determined, but there's consideration of refining the trending analysis that's been done historically in the Group Anger report. I think we'll hold off on questions.
Yeah,
So that kind of captures the Group Anger report. I want to talk about, kind of pivot over to what Ian and I are going to talk about with the second watershed permit. I'm going to cover the recycled water aspect, give you an update of where we're at, how it's looking, and then Ian's going to talk about the nature-based solutions. So I'll keep it pretty brief. This is a screen capture of the permit itself. It's due July 1st, 2023. There's a lot of key elements into it. The vision is to be very similar to what was submitted for the first watershed permit, where each of the dischargers have their own individual report to review. It'll serve as an appendix in the overall report. And it's going to touch on, besides the description of the facilities for those plants, what are the volumes for recycled water, what's the impact on nutrient load reduction, what are the ancillary and adverse impacts, and then just overall looking long-term and what are some projects that have been identified and what's the confidence in those projects moving forward. And then really a key piece that I think's really relevant for this area is there was a detailed survey as part of the RFIs that asked for a lot of the drivers and barriers. And I think we're at a point we've nearly compiled all that. Not all of it was populated with the initial RFI, but that's very telling in terms of how to advance a lot of these recycled water projects. So I think the overall report is going to really cover on that and touch on that. And here's just kind of a feel for what we've compiled. So let's first talk about the plot. It's got the different sub-embayments, year on the x-axis, and then volumes on the y-axis. And this is information that's been provided by you all and compiled. Really, the punchline here is over the next 20 or so years, the anticipated increase in recycled water volumes is nearly twofold. So it's something that's prevalent. Folks are looking at this, and it's a key part of what they do. I've listed on the left-hand side above, what are the volumes with respect to discharges to the bay? And then on the right-hand side, how's that relate to the recycled water volume? So I listed earlier that year-round, we're looking on the order of 11% of effluent, of overall water being diverted, and 15% during the dry season. And what I've kind of gleaned from the efforts we've done thus far is the recycled water demands that we're seeing projecting the future exceed the raw influent flow projections, which tells me that those percent of water is going to increase being diverted. And the other key piece that speaks to what Tom's talked about earlier with RO Centrate is those loads those flow diversions that we see don't always translate to a load reduction. That's something that's really key to this effort because it's all about nutrient management. So we're capturing that in our efforts, and we speak to that in those reports. In terms of the reports, we kind of boiled this down to 4 steps. This is something I shared at the last annual meeting, where our first step is we had our initial RFI, did all the scoping evaluation plan and so forth, and that's all been complete well over a year ago. Then there's been the second RFI where we really requested some more details on what are those ongoing projects and what's the future look like. And all those are out there. We are still waiting for a few responses, but we're about 95% captured on responses. And then the key step is those individual plant reports. And those are something, while we haven't released those, I did learn from the first watershed permit the danger of releasing that first one. We've drafted about 20 of those, and that's a critical item that we need to get out over the next month to agencies, with the goal of getting those out to you all over the next few months. And there'll be that review period back and forth, similar to the first watershed permit, where it's not the end all when we send it to you all. It's collaborative. We go back and forth to get it where everyone's comfortable, but credible, and it's got a viable list of the data and the potential solutions. And that's a part of step 4. And then as those individual reports are wrapped up, there's going to be the overall report. And that's a culmination of all the findings from those individual plant reports that really summarizes the findings. So that's kind of where we're at on the overall report. And that wraps up where I'm at. Let me get Ian in here.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, my name is Ian Wren. I am here representing SFEI, and we're here to give a little status update on a project that we've been calling Nature-Based Solutions for Nutrient Management, which is a requirement under the second watershed permit. And just going to give a brief overview of what we're talking about in terms of nature-based solutions, and then give some status. Yeah, so the Bay Area is obviously no stranger to employing nature-based solutions. We've been doing things like tidal marsh restoration for decades now, and it's been refining to the point where we're doing large-scale projects such as the South Bay Salt Pond Restoration Project. But it's not until maybe the last decade or so that this term of nature-based solutions has been really adopted, and it's kind of started in Europe, and it's been spreading around the world. I like this definition because I think it kind of reflects what we're doing here in the Bay Area, that, you know, it gives recognition to the fact that these are highly engineered systems, but they are leveraging the power of nature to do things that we want to do. And in terms of what we want, the objectives that are really driving these in the Bay Area, we're talking about mostly about flood risk in terms of trying to catch up with sea level rise in the future, as well as sustainable habitat restoration. And that, I mean, we're doing all this work and spending all this money to restore our tidal wetlands, but if they're all going to be flooded in a couple decades, then what's the point? So doing things like ecotone levees and other things to make sure that our vital wetlands can be preserved into the future, that's pretty important. And finally, water quality enhancement, which is probably the most recent priority that we've seen and why we're talking about it here. I think, you know, David Sedlak's group out of Berkeley and others started to look at this more closely at a place like Oraloma, Discovery Bay, Southern California, and they've really found that things like ecotone levees, sort of modified, optimized open water treatment wetlands can be very effective at removing nutrients as well as contaminants of emerging concern. And of course, there's a lot of essential infrastructure ringing the bay that is at threat. I think we all know how threatened a lot of the wastewater plants are in the region. And if we want to retain abutting marshes such as this, we have to think of ways to utilize things like horizontal levees to ensure that we can preserve these into the future while retaining this essential infrastructure that has been placed right along the edge of the bay. It's also important to note that there is a legacy of utilizing natural systems to in the region to enhance treatment or as a part of the treatment train. And when we're talking about nature-based solutions, we're not just talking about treatment wetlands. We're talking about a range of things, and nature-based solutions has come to be a catch-all term for everything climate, everything water quality, everything flood, and we're kind of focused within the context of this project, I guess the first and the last bullet here, the role of ecotone levees, also termed horizontal levees, wetland levees, there's a lot of names for them. And then finally, treatment wetlands, which there's also a number of subcategories under that. But, and so for the last couple of years, we've been working to figure out what is the potential role of nature-based solutions for all of the region, all permittees under the Nutrient Watershed Permit. And early last year, we released the first draft of a report that was sort of the first crack at doing a desk-based analysis. And then since that time, we've been meeting with all the agencies to ground truth what we found, and then sort of narrow down a list that we're really focusing in on and trying to figure out if it's worth pursuing something at the next engineering scale. And to cut to the chase, this is sort of what we've found in terms of opportunity. This isn't really groundbreaking in any way. It's just basically a function of how urban you are or how confined you are against a cliff or something, you know, places like in Marin. So this is, you know, a lot of the opportunities in the North Bay and the South Bay and places like the EBDA agencies, which have already started to adopt a lot of these type of systems. And so these are the 8 agencies that we've been focusing in on, what we've been calling the phase 2 studies, which we've been doing site visits at, developing memos. And from these, we'll probably take a handful and work with Mike's team to develop planning level engineering designs as well as cost estimates to really give this more, put more reality and perhaps seek more additional funding for additional planning efforts. That's not to say that there aren't even more agencies on this than on this list that are interested. And I think there is, we've been talking within this group as all this money starts to become available, whether there is a role of expanding the study and looking at the full range of options that are in the region. And so we have a couple of examples here of sort of conceptual alternatives that we have. This is at SASM or Southern Marin, Fairfield Sassoon, which is well represented here today, Delta Diablo as well, Central San, Union San, and so, but we're also not naive to the fact that these are not easy to implement or cheap or without controversy. So there's a number of constraints that are probably more, I guess, institutional and governance and perception based rather than even money or technological. And so we have been working with colleagues like those at SFEP, Bay Area One Water Network, Valley Water. A lot of people are starting to think about these institutional governance challenges that can help remove some of the barriers to implementation. And it's really exciting to see that happen. Jackie's been really involved in that, and I appreciate all the work that you've been doing on that. But that also, there's a lot of opportunity right now. I mean, we've been hearing earlier about all the funding that's available through Measure AA, Prop 1, EPA, Water Quality Improvement Fund. There's billions that are going to be made available through the state, apparently. And so I encourage those that might be thinking about this, that this is a great time to, I think it was Mary that said this is a great time to start thinking about this. And so feel free to get in touch with me or Mary or Lorian, and I'm sure we'd be happy to help you navigate some of these issues. The Water Board has been really great to help provide more clarity regarding how NIPD's permits can be issued for shallow water discharges, things around, discharge limits and dilution credits, et cetera. So we really appreciate that, and a lot of that was put into practice in the San Leandro permit that was referenced earlier. So I think there's a lot of promise there, and I think some of the other agencies, based on what I've seen, are open to similar lines of thinking, but the federal agencies are a little more constrained, I think, to being as open as the Water Board has. And then finally, we heard earlier from EPA regarding this recent nutrient memo, which does, encourage the reduction in loads, but also the adoption of one water principles, multi-benefit solutions, et cetera. And they highlight all the money that is available through the infrastructure bill and other sources to make that happen. So I'm going to stop there, but I think the takeaway message is there's a lot of opportunity here, a lot happening, and it's an exciting time to be working in the space, and thank you for your support.
So I'm sure we have a ton of questions. Who would like to kick us off? Or are you still digesting your lunch and producing your own loading to the bay? Yes, Karen. Let's see if I can successfully.
Hi, Karen North, City of Palo Alto. So I have a question for you. And I apologize if you have done this and I'm just not aware of it, but have you looked at the carbon sequestration with these wetlands? Because that's something now that we're looking at trying to find solutions for.
That's a great question. We have not. That hasn't really been a focus of. And as you're aware, that's a huge area of sort of academic interest, and I think we're still in such a conceptual phase at this point that there's not enough data to really rely on reliably, but it's certainly of interest. And I should say, like, that Ellen Plain, who's been the colleague at SFEI that's been leading a lot of this work, and other folks at SFEI are really interested in, this is more applicable to the Delta, maybe perhaps, but what's the role of peat building, and how do we raise elevations as a way of doing the types of open water treatment wetlands or other solutions as a way to also mitigate sea level rise and as an adaptation strategy, which also has obvious carbon sequestration benefits.
Hi, I'm Zoe from East Bay Mud. I was wondering, years ago, I was inspired by the Humboldt Marsh up in Arcata. They've been doing this for years, and it was very contentious, and a lot of people wrote their theses about it. And I was wondering about the efficacy of demonstrating some of the lessons learned from their experience in working with the kind of newer projects or pilots that will be coming out doing this kind of work.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the professor that's been there for 50 years or something. I think that's, yeah. So yeah, there's been many dissertations that have been won from that marsh, as far as I can tell, and I don't know. I think there has been a lot of lessons learned. It's my understanding that it's mostly like open water, rather deep, not necessarily optimized for nutrient removal. And I think some of the more recent studies that have come out of Cal, like School of Mines, others, have figured out ways to tweak open water wetlands to optimize more for denitrification, and there's a lot to be learned from that.
Hi, Steve Moore, Ross Valley. When I was liaising with North Coast Water Board, they were pretty excited about the Klamath River nutrient TMDL work and data they were collecting at Upper Klamath Lake for nitrogen management, and then also the Tahoe Basin was moving far along on treatment wetlands there. There were more watershed wetlands, obviously not estuarine wetlands. I was wondering if you've been using some of the lessons learned from those areas as well.
The short answer is no. I mean, I think that the Klamath is obviously always in flux. I don't know, I grew up in Reading, so I know, I follow the news, but it seems now that they're focusing a lot on the dam removal efforts, and I don't know the status of the wetlands. And yeah, I think we have so much data to rely on from estuarine systems and or systems that have been optimized specifically for wastewater that we're not data poor at this point. And I think it's more addressing I think most of the lessons learned are how do we address these institutional and partnership-based issues, which have far fewer corollaries, I think.
Anyone else?
I had a question for Mike. Like, how do you account for basically once through cooling through industry in terms of the nutrient loads?
Yeah, so the question had to do with tracking the nutrient loads and industrial with cooling. So the easiest example for me, just from my experience, is Delta Diablo has the Calpine next door, and it kind of depends is the answer. It's not very black and white. If you think about just managing those nutrients, you would think they all come back. But some of those industrial facilities actually have trickling filter type technologies that nitrify and can even denitrify. So the answer is it depends. So under that situation, we actually work with that utility and understand what's happening before it gets sent back in terms of doing our calculations.
I have one more question for Mike. Mike, you mentioned, you touched on this briefly, and I'm wondering if you can elaborate a little bit more, which is, we have a moderately long data set that still has a lot of variability in it, and a lot of variability introduced recently due to some combination of COVID and the drought and maybe other factors. What is your sense in terms of whether or how long it might take for us to start to disentangle the effects of those factors on these long-term trends, especially as we go into the third permit where these trends become very meaningful?
Yeah, so maybe I'll touch on the drought first, because to me, the load is the load. You can see what's coming into the plant and your removals and see if with recycled water where those loads go. So that's a lot easier to assess. I use the example of San Pablo Bay where it's pretty straightforward. There's nothing in discharge from a lot of those agencies. But when you start to talk about COVID, it's a lot more complex, because what we've actually seen is San Francisco's loads went way down, but those loads didn't disappear. They showed up in the suburbs and other communities.
So you can thank us.
So the overall load to the bay, while in this case there were declines, in terms of the people that live in the bay and work in the bay, it's just shifting those loads. But that doesn't really speak to the commuters. For those of you who've been fortunate or unfortunate to go over Altamont Pass at 5:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, there is a lot of people coming from the likes of Stockton and Mountain House and so forth, getting over to the bay. Same thing on I-80. So during peak work from home, those loads weren't showing up, and then the lack of tourists, a lot of restaurants were just focusing on takeout and so forth. So it's really hard to disentangle how COVID is going to have a long-term impact, which is how we've been looking at the loads, looking at future load caps. We've looked at scenarios where we exclude the COVID data versus including to see how that impacts things. And then the uncertainty with COVID is what's the future hold?
And isn't your job supposed to be to read the future? Any other questions? And how much time check, too? We're good. We'll wrap it up? We're good. Okay. Okay. Then I won't ask my question about the role of keto diets and vegetarianism. And thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Good. All right. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Zipkin. I'm the General Manager of the East Bay Dischargers Authority and have the pleasure of being on the BACWA board. It's so great to see everyone in person. I know this keeps being said. For those of you that I've only seen on screens, you probably thought I was taller, but excuse that, and I'll just keep moving this down. So I am here to kick off our last session of the afternoon. We have the good fortune here in the Bay Area, as has been talked about already, to be part of a community of stakeholders, including our regulators, that believe that the path to effective nutrient regulation is through science and, as Tom says, hard-ass collaboration. That one's going to stick. So now that we're wrapping up the third year of the current watershed permit, we're entering a critical time where we're really going to be synthesizing the scientific studies, and the results of those studies will inform management actions in the next watershed permit and beyond. The science program that informs our permit is housed in a world-class scientific organization that happens to be in our backyard, and that's San Francisco Estuary Institute. We're so lucky to have SFEI as our partners. You heard from Diana Lynn earlier on PFAS, Ian on the nature-based solutions, and now we're going to hear from our science program manager at SFEI, Dr. David Sen. Today, Dave's going to give us an update on important findings from the past year and give us a glimpse of what's on tap for the next year. So welcome, Dave. What do I need?
Someone needs to make a joke that Dave always shows up with presentations in nick of time.
It's a good, no, it's a good filler, thanks. It doesn't put me ill at ease at the start of a talk either, thanks.
Dave, you're still working on the presentation, right?
No. Well, so, well, it's great to see everyone. Does this work the way I would think it would? So, oh, great. So, Karin, you're right. I in the 2 years since you've seen me, I have not managed to figure that piece out. But I will say that, well, I came up with a couple tricks. If you looked at, if you happen to see the title of the presentation, it said version 1. It's not version 1. And the next one is that I have come up with some devious things where I know the presentation is going to be longer than I'll actually be able to cover. So I've put some things that I know you're really going to want to see at the end, and I'm putting in some teasers. And so, but we'll get there. And those teasers. So I'm going to go through an overview, background, and I'm going to try to go through that very quickly. Long-term trends in water quality, evidence of changing ecosystem response and changing sensitivity to nutrients, numerical modeling, the status, development, and applications, monitoring. I guess I can just look at this, sorry. Monitoring, addressing the highest priority data needs, in particular informed by what we're finding from the model results, and then turning it back around and kicking the tires of the model results with those new observations that we've collected in the places that we didn't have information before. And then lastly, the question, predicting or detecting management-related condition changes. And so I'm not sure I'll get to these, but I have been doing, with some help from Eric and with some ideas from Mike Connor, have been looking at whether we're able to see the effects of some of the load reductions that we've seen in the region. So the top panel is San Jose's. It loads from San Jose and changes over due to some optimization work that they've been trying, as well as the decreases in loads from the this plot is combining the 5 largest wastewater treatment plants and looking at that change over time. And the record here goes back to 2000 through 2020, and looking within San Francisco Bay to see if we can see evidence of both the upswing and the downswing. So I first want to just acknowledge the great team of colleagues at SFEI. I'm going to be talking a lot about the modeling work, so I in particular want to note Ali King, Pradeep, Fareed, and Sienna. In addition, all the collaborators that we have in the Bay Area, and I for sure count among our collaborators the steering committee, technical work group, and all of you who put in so much. Line 3 here, much in-kind and after-hour support, but funding from BACWA, POTW, voluntary funding, and the regional monitoring program and other grants that have made the work possible. So does San Francisco Bay have nutrient problems now or in the future? You've seen these slides. Fortunately, I don't present frequently enough to you that I don't know if they're getting old, but let me know, send me a message afterwards if any of these I should really get rid of them. But and how can impacts be best mitigated or prevented? And that this is truly a $10 billion question. Those little circles there are the proportional of the area of the roughly 40 discharges from wastewater treatment plants to the Bay. There's a circle as well for Sacramento wastewater treatment plant coming in through the Delta, along with the loads that come in from the Central Valley and from ag loads from the Delta. And that happens to be another major change that we've seen over the last year. That change there is roughly proportional to the change in the loads from regional SAN. And that's another one of the things that I'd like to show you some of the results from looking at predicting what that change will have, what the change in that will have in terms of loads to San Francisco Bay as well as changes in concentration. You know the Bay is among the most nutrient-enriched estuaries worldwide. And historically, It's been thought to be resistant to classic eutrophication symptoms. I found myself looking back to the 1975 original basin plan where they discussed this. I also came across that there was a lot of modeling work done back then, so I need to go back and look at that more carefully. Phytoplankton growth in the bay is primarily light limited, and nitrogen and phosphorus generally had been thought to generally not limit growth. One thing I want to note about that is that there's two sides to the same coin. The reason that San Francisco Bay does not have problems with its nutrients is not because it has some sort of magic immunity. It's because it doesn't utilize them. They leave through the Golden Gate, and so the vast majority, or on average, at least half of the total loads per year. And so it varies a lot seasonally. So that's one of the reasons why we think it's important that we also be not just looking in the place that's not utilizing the nutrients, but looking in the place that's the downstream recipient. The reason that it doesn't use its nutrients, high turbidity, strong tidal mixing, and both of those keep the light levels low and phytoplankton then are not able to utilize them. And then in some places in the bay, there's voracious filter feeding clams that take care of the rest. Recently, though, there's evidence consistent with changing responsiveness or sensitivity to nutrients, and that's where I'm going to start off the conversation today. That's also what launched the NMS, arguably. And then potential adverse impacts, not just changes in responsiveness, but potential adverse impacts along some underexplored pathways. Things that we know now are concerning. And it may be that they're new, or it may be that we just weren't looking for them in the past. And in particular by that, what I mean are frequent occurrences of multiple harmful algal taxa and phycotoxins or algal toxins, high phytoplankton biomass and low dissolved oxygen in tidal sloughs in lower South Bay. And that's something that I'm not going to touch on today. I've presented that a lot in the past to BACWA. But the fact that I'm not going to touch on it today, I feel compelled to mention it's one of the areas that I think is most in need of attention, and it's one of the things that we should be keeping our eye on very carefully. And potential high DIN exports to the coast and coastal impacts. So it was these observations over the last 15 to 20 years that led to, at least as I saw it, the catalyzed the San Francisco Bay Nutrient Management Strategy. The NMS we have a 10-year, but we're in our second 5-year science plan where we identified these focus areas. One is understanding the nutrient loads and transformations. The other is understanding phytoplankton blooms and low dissolved oxygen, the potential impacts. So the last 4 on this list are the impacts, both in deep subtidal habitats as well as in the sloughs of lower South Bay. HABs and toxins, coastal ocean impacts, and future scenarios. And by future scenarios, I don't mean loads gradually increasing or gradually decreasing. I'm meaning abrupt changes in how the system responds to nutrients in ways that we've seen in the past. The questions that we then ask, the motivating questions, are understanding the nutrient sources, transport, cycling, and fate, and then understanding the ecosystem responses. Are they causing problems? Characterize and quantify the dose response. And in other words, like if you were to increase nutrients, what additional effects might you have? If you were to decrease them, what benefits might be realized? And so that's incredibly important for being able to take the results and have them go into informing management decisions. And then what management actions, and then what are protective nutrient levels in assessment framework? What management actions will maintain nutrients at protective levels? So then if there is a problem, what various options could be implemented to either mitigate it or prevent it from happening in the future? So Lorian put this up. I was hoping you would talk about it more, so I didn't have to. But this is this chart that we haven't been able to figure out what the name of it is yet, but it's essentially these questions turned into a matrix where the 5 rows are the different impacts that we're concerned about, and the columns are the questions that we're asking. So one is developing an assessment framework, because it's not just one assessment framework. You need a different one for understanding what's safe conditions for harmful algae, dissolved oxygen, et cetera. Condition is monitoring and understanding what the condition in the system is and comparing it to the assessment framework. Nutrient linkages, that's essentially the mechanism of understanding if you were to toggle up or down nutrients, what would be the response? And then lastly, taking all that information and trying to, and evaluating various management options. We worked with our steering committee to put our goal, like confidence that we thought we had at various points and the goals for improving that confidence. And I'm not going to talk about where we are necessarily, the status along here. I'm happy to answer questions about that. But the reason I'm belaboring the point right now is that I'm going to just use it as a bit of a roadmap for walking through the presentation so that I'll try to tell you which boxes the projects are addressing so that you have a sense of what the import is. Okay, so number 2, long-term trends in water quality, evident. So this hits on a number of things. It's about the assessment framework, changing conditions, risk, thinking about trends as a potential indicator, condition assessment, and then understanding the relationships that cause that response. It may be that nutrients haven't changed, but something that had previously been keeping a lid on phytoplankton production has relaxed, that constraint has relaxed, and now allowing the nutrients to come out in all their glory. And then there's other boxes here, in particular future scenarios where this has major imports. So this is a graphic that you've seen me present before. It's showing August through December average chlorophyll concentrations averaged over all of South Bay between the Bay Bridge and the Dumbarton Bridge. And it's for the months of August through December. And chlorophyll was relatively low and just varying interannually. And then all of a sudden, 1995, there was a sharp uptick. And it was the reporting on this and the findings that were published on this in 2007, with the data going through 2005, that raised a number of concerns, because it's not necessarily that a change from 2 to 4 micrograms per liter chlorophyll is the problem. It's that there's actually much more nitrogen present in the system that for that trend to continue going up, it wouldn't be a nitrogen limited trend. It would be something that about the response of the system. So we've continued looking at this. It's a really important indicator. I was just showing you chlorophyll, but what I'm going to talk about now is I'm going to talk about it in terms of gross primary production, which is essentially the biomass that's growing, or the biomass that's there times their growth rate. And this allows us to put it into a better context because it takes into account the amount of sunlight, takes into account changes in suspended sediment. And so what we're plotting here, we've developed some tools for being able to quantify the trends over time and then detect whether they're significant. And I'm showing you just a graphic that's not talking about the significance, but this is annual average gross primary production in South Bay at Station 32, just north of the Dumbarton Bridge. And just showing that same trend, going a couple of years past what Jim Clarence showed. And I'm stopping right there in 2008. And the reason that I think this is an important indicator is the context that it can give us. On the right-hand side is showing a plot, it's a graphic from a paper from 2013 showing gross primary production rates of as many estuaries as they could get data on in the world. And the bottom axis is the gross primary production on a log scale. And the y-axis is just the percentile rank. So if you're at 50%, that means you're the median in terms of how much your production is. And so where was San Francisco Bay? Oh, the other reason this is a really important indicator is because this is essentially gross primary production is the definition of, it's how eutrophication is defined. Eutrophic conditions are between 300 and 500 grams of carbon per meter squared per year. And then beyond that, it's hypereutrophic. Below that, it's mesotrophic, oligotrophic. And so it gives us a way of actually putting this into some more ecosystem scale, into a broader context. So here's where San Francisco Bay was in South Station 32, roughly. South San Francisco Bay was oligotrophic, mesotrophic, but more importantly, I guess, around the 20th percentile. They were, pretty low, definitely less than half. And then what was on the other graphic that I was showing you, a 2 microgram per liter change in chlorophyll. Well, this is integrating it over the whole year and looking at other changes throughout the year. And this is where San Francisco Bay was in 2008 at the stop back of this graph here. So it went from the 20th percentile to the 70th percentile in about 15 to 20 years. And so that, to me, is a change that, when thought of that way, this is a change that is something that one should, it's worth taking note of. something that I'm not sure we've reported much on yet is we've continued tracking this, and gross primary production has essentially returned to the baseline levels. So it went from going up to the 70th percentile to returning back home to roughly the 20th percentile again. But now Central Bay, we can do the same thing. And Central Bay has increased by a similar amount, a 2- to 3-fold increase in gross primary production, and it's remained steady. The start of its ascent, it started a bit later, it also stayed elevated, and we can do the same thing here for Central Bay. It's kind of a similar thing, 20th percentile to 75th percentile. It's also relevant to then know, like, who are the neighbors at the 75th percentile, and we're talking about, not right there, still like 20, 30% higher, but Long Island Sound, Chesapeake Bay, Tampa Bay. And so these are the places that have had eutrophication issues over the long haul. I was talking to Mike about this last week. He was like, so what does that matter in Central Bay? Like, what's the problem that's happening? I think it's a good point. I don't think we're getting bad low dissolved oxygen in lower South Bay. It's a signal that something is changing, that nutrients are being much more efficiently utilized, and that maybe it's not going to be a problem now. Maybe it'll manifest in a way that we're not thinking of later. So South Bay is ecologically significant changes in nutrient responsiveness. Initially documented, there was the initial documented change, but now it actually went back down. Central Bay went up, stayed up, and two very different responses. It argues, or it makes you think at least, well, maybe there's more than one mechanism that might be, or combinations of mechanisms that might be influencing this. And that's something that I want to come back to, one of my teasers for something I won't be able to show unless I speed it up here. What monitoring is needed to better detect, track these changes? Early warnings, identify causal factors. To identify the mechanisms, we need to anticipate the system's trajectory and inform management. So enhanced targeted monitoring, analysis, synthesis, numerical models, and that's going to be the jumping off point here to go and discuss this from numerical models. It's one of the key reasons that we're developing the models. We're developing now for current conditions with the hope of being able to use them to go outside of what we've trained them for and hopefully still predict things reliably or forecast things reliably. So hypothesis of why at least South Bay went down. We want to throw another hypothesis into the ring. The original hypothesis for why it went up was that clams disappeared from South Bay. I think there might be some other interesting explanations. So now, numerical modeling. One of the reasons I wanted to cover this today, at the exclusion of being able to talk about some of the other focus areas like HABs or the lower South Bay, dissolved oxygen, it covers so many things, the model development that we're doing. So it really, I think, allows us to explore the range of work that's being done and what we're understanding these days. How to habitat, so what I'm going to put up here are just some of the questions that we're aiming to use the models for, currently using them now for, as we're developing them as well. How do habitats respond to and influence nutrients, chlorophyll, dissolved oxygen, HABs, and nutrient transformation and losses within the bay, assimilation. The assimilation or losses. That dose-response relationship, this is one of the ways that we can extract that information if we have a well-trained model. To identify priority monitoring and data needs and an optimal monitoring program, and that's what I'm going to use this discussion here to explain what we've been doing related to monitoring, motivated by some of our findings. Nutrient export and impacts along the coast. What are the nutrient sources to specific regions of San Francisco Bay? So there's distributed point sources throughout the system. How do they move around? How do those sources move around and react as they're moving around and influence the nutrient concentrations in different subembayments or portions of subembayments? How will habitats respond to specific management options? So in other words, if loads go up, loads go down, what are the potential outcomes? And how will the bay's sensitivities to nutrients change in response to altered forcings? So if you change forcing X that has kept the lid on production, what's the slope of the change in response? So we've been working hard at this, but we started from essentially zero in 2016 and developing hydrodynamic models first, and then using those hydrodynamic models to then move the water around and then develop the biogeochemical models that predict water quality. there are a number of hydrodynamic models for San Francisco Bay, but there aren't many or any really. There are now some coming out. At the time that we got started, there were no water quality models capable of doing the thing we needed to do. So we started from scratch, but with a lot of working with collaborators. I'm going to just flash this up quickly just to give you a sense of what we're working on. But our core full bay model is where the bulk of the work that I'm going to be showing you. Oh, okay. And then we also have a delta model we needed to go up into the delta to predict loads into San Francisco Bay. We have a lower South Bay focused model, and we're working with collaborators around to understand the coastal impacts. So first I want to talk about how do habitats respond to and influence nutrients. And so this is the obligatory animation. Oh. Did that work? There we go. Okay. So this is water year 2017. On the left-hand side, it's showing the depth average chlorophyll concentration, and then the depth average dissolved organic nitrogen on the right-hand side. And I'm not going to let this run out through the whole year, but I will get it at least through March, and so you can see the onset of a major bloom event. And coming up now, you can see chlorophyll increasing along the shoals, and then nitrogen concentrations decreasing, and I'll stop there. So the bloom season is what a lot of the focus of work has been on, but the bloom season really only reflects about 25% of the gross production for the year. It's also been a lot of the effort our understanding of the bay is really focused within the channels of San Francisco Bay, the deep channels, not out on the shoals where we're seeing a lot of the action. And that's one of the major motivations for why we've been investing so much in gathering data out on the shoals. Let's see. So what are the nutrient sources to specific regions of San Francisco Bay? Well, there's different ways we could explore that. But I'm adding that question here. We're working on developing quantitative predictions of reactive transport, and this is one example where we run the model at high resolution, the same simulation you just saw, or same type of simulation, but then we do a monthly and sub-embayment level mass balance. And I'll just click through this here. This is for starting in October 2012. The arrows represent the size of the flux term, or the milligrams or megagrams per day. And then the red arrow is the loss within a sub-embayment. The green is transport between places. Black is loads to a sub-embayment. So here's November, December, January. And one of the things that hopefully you can see is how variable the balance is between the different inputs and transformations in space and in time. Here's a good example. Looking in South Bay, the red arrow represents roughly 40% of the loads into the system. 40, 50%. So that's how much is being removed of the nitrogen that's coming in. Now let's look at water year 2017. It took my colleague Allie a very long time to come up with the right arrow sizes so that it didn't blow the screen away and look like a giant. So nitrogen mass balances vary substantially and even dramatically by season, region, and interannually. That's important because in thinking about how should sub-embayments be designed, how do we come up with load limits, or how would load limits be, what would inform load limits? Another thing we can do with quantitative predictions of reactive transport within the system, let's take a look at looking more at where the most important transformations take place. And so this is showing annual primary productivity and where primary productivity is highest, lower in different parts of the system. The bottom is showing annual denitrification, where that's happening more or less. One of the things, again, to note is that most of the action in South Bay is happening out on the shoals, or at least, it's a substantial difference on a place that we don't have much information, but that we've been investing in getting more. The other thing to think about here is that this water doesn't just slosh around, go back and forth like this. There's actually a pattern that we were able to extract looking at the mass fluxes And this is after you remove the tides and tides moving water around. This is the transport of nitrogen, or the predicted transport of nitrogen going around the system. So the different colored arrows represent the different mass fluxes and then the direction. And so there's like a conveyor belt that comes down from the north in far South Bay, moves out onto the shoal, and then moves out again to the north. And there's a bit of an interesting pattern there. And so you can also see a little bit in here, like where some of the actual point sources are that the arrows increase. Let's see. So the last thing, am I pretty close to time? Yeah, okay. The last thing I guess I wanted to just show you quickly is the conditions or locations when DIN, I didn't show this before, when DIN drops low enough that phytoplankton growth slows down. So one of the things that is generally has been thought about San Francisco Bay is that the nutrients never reach concentrations that they slow down the growth rate of phytoplankton. And that's true for the most part in most places, but if you look in the bottom right there, this is what we also can pull out of our model. This is showing depth average chlorophyll from the same simulation, average dissolved inorganic nitrogen, and then on the right-hand side is the depth average nutrient limitation factor. And that's essentially goes 0 to 1, and it's multiplied times the potential growth rate. And so if it's a value of 0.4, nutrient concentrations are low enough. If you remember the Michaelis-Menten kinetics equation with a half saturation constant, it's essentially they get low enough that they can't pull them in quickly enough, and their growth slows down. And so there are places in the system that, and over large, substantial areas, non-trivial amounts of time. There's also, interestingly, and I was a bit surprised at this, but I also looked at some remote sensed imagery for chlorophyll, and in Central Bay, around Emeryville Crescent and around Berkeley Marina, there's also something that flashes up periodically throughout the year. It's much shallower there, and it's a place where at least the model is predicting that if nutrients were higher, you would get more growth. If nutrients were decreased, you would get less production. Well, let's see. Well, okay, this will be the last thing I'll show, and then I'll stop. So this is showing total nitrogen export for water year 2013, leaving San Francisco Bay and going out the Golden Gate. So I was showing you the internal transformations and the internal fluxes before. This is the arrow, the time series version of the arrow leaving the system and going out to the coast. And you can see the increase in the winter. Two things going on there probably. Colder temperatures mean less internal transformations within the bay. Also, higher flow rates mean more water leaving the system. And then in addition, if there's enough fresh water, the nutrients are able to more efficiently leave by riding on top of the salty water as opposed to just sloshing back and forth. So water year 2013, but we've been making a lot of progress on running additional years. And this is showing the outflux through the Golden Gate for water year 2013 through water year 2018. And the years other than 2017 look pretty similar to each other. 2017 is off the charts. We all know that was one of the wettest years on record, and that's, like some combination of the things I just mentioned was likely contributing to that. I guess that's, so I'll stop there, but with the point that I was going to go into next, and another time I'd love to update you on this, is that a model is just as good as the information that you're able to put into it, and if you're lacking data for the critical parameters out in certain places, you do your best, but then what we've been doing is using the model to identify what are the most important rates, most important processes that are influencing the dynamics of the system, and finding, as you saw there, that much of that is happening outside of the channel, and much of it is happening with information that we don't have, like zooplankton, things that eat the phytoplankton, or suspended sediment concentrations. And those have been some of the things that we've been aiming to go after, in addition to putting sensors out on those places to be able to measure condition on the shoals more effectively. So thanks. I will happy to take any questions.
Questions for Dave?
Or would you prefer to ask them across the street? Mike?
All right, I got a two-part question. The first one, you got my attention when you mentioned the March, is when you typically see the activity. Do you think that's kind of a steady thing regardless of how wet the year is? Is that kind of a historically been when things can bloom? That's my first part. And my second part, and I'll be quiet, is, you know, you've got a lot of amazing information up here in terms of pulling it all together. Timeline-wise, at what point do you think you all will be in a place to really start to answer some of the questions? I know a lot of them have already been answered, but just pulling it together, and maybe that's not a completely fair question, but I think just where do you think you're at?
Great, thanks. So in terms of the March question, I think when the focus is on, let's say, the deeper parts of the bay, the channel, the timing, it's a combination of two things that would trigger, say, production during that time. One of them is the sufficient fresh water coming into the system. The other is that that time of year happens to coincide with the weakest tides, weakest tidal velocity, so that fresh water can skate on top, and if the tides are weak enough, it can stay there long enough without getting mixed over, for the phytoplankton to grow fast enough. But something that, you know, when you get into depths of 2, 3, 4 meters, the same dynamics are not happening. That is a part of the system that's well mixed, you know, independent mostly of the freshwater input. In terms of the timing of when we expect to have answers on these things, well, we're always kicking the tires of the model by running it, still tuning it, being aware of the uncertainties, but so we're constantly generating answers for some of these things. I guess in some ways it very much would depend on the question, but we did just have, we recently convened a model advisory group, and I wanted to thank Mike, Lori, and Don for their participation in bringing that group together. And they encouraged us. We were, I think, being very cautious in terms of when we were ready to go and start trying to make proclamations about any or publish things or with these, just because of what's at stake. And they encouraged us that the development is at a place where we should be not with reckless abandon, but that we should be targeting those things now.
I see. We'll go to Darlene first and then Steve. I was curious about your hypothesis about why the Southern Bay was trending down in the clams.
Thank you. All right. Mike, I thought I had whetted your appetite for something else, but I guess not. So here is that, nope, wrong one. Oh, get out, really? Okay, oh, sorry about that. All right. So here's that graph, the same bottom plot that I was showing before. And the original hypothesis, and I think it could very well be multiple things happening, was that clams went away in South Bay, and that's what led to the increase. But we've been looking recently at some of the suspended sediment data at the Dumbarton Bridge, and if you look at the signal in the cruise data, which is once or twice a month, it's really difficult to see a change in the sediment with that signal. But when you have data that is being collected every 15 minutes, and this is just a very simple plot. I didn't know, no fitting or anything. I just took the months August, September, October, because that's the time when we know there is the most increase in production, and showing on a log scale at that station for each year, you can see that beginning around 1999, there's an abrupt drop-off, and it's not a drop-off, because it's a log scale, it's a factor of 2 or 3 decrease in suspended sediments, which translates into 2 or 3 times deeper light penetration into the water column. And then the thing that, we had already been curious about this, but the thing that really is making us interested in exploring it more deeply now is that the decrease in production and then coinciding with the increase in in suspended sediments at the tail end of the record. And, you know, it could just be a lark, or it could be, you know, it could be that there's multiple mechanisms. But that's one of the things that we're interested in looking into. And we think it's not just a interesting story, this is one of the things when people think about future scenarios in the system and potential problems that could arise, it's one of the things is related to a further substantial decrease in suspended sediments. And so being able to nail this and be able to figure it out, and also one of the things, Mike, again to your question, one of the things that we want to be exploring next year is, can we reproduce this change over time using a numerical model by changing the suspended sediments as the primary thing? Is that enough of a thing to influence the condition?
Great. Dr. Sen, Steve Moore. Real quick, go to the other side of the system. You mentioned Sac Regional. Did you have any observations, measurements, or modeling results to share based on the reduction of nutrients from Sac Regional?
Yes, and so I will keep it very quick because it's a very simple graphic. Okay, thanks, I'll get it back up there. So in order to be able to predict this well, we needed a model that actually went up into the delta. And this program is the Bay Area. It's not first the San Francisco Bay region. Most of our modeling effort is invested there. We were able to secure additional funding, including with the help of Central Sand, so thank you, to look further upstream. And so that's why we have this separate model that does these predictions. This is just showing a graphic that we developed of what regional sands loads have been since the mid-'80s through roughly going towards 2020, and then what the expected load reduction would be in terms of DIN. So a 75% decrease in load. What we did is we calibrated our model for water year 2016 with the actual loads for water year 2016, and then we reran the model with the future loads from regional sand, and then compared the two. And so the top panel is showing the changes in dissolved inorganic nitrogen loads to Suisun Bay in megagrams per day. The blue is the pre-upgrade curve. The green is the post-upgrade curve, and the red, the pink is the DIN loading from the wastewater treatment plant that discharged directly to Suisun Bay. And so you can see at the tail end there that instead of the loads in July, August being twice as high as the loads from the local dischargers, it's now comparable to or equal to. And so then the bottom panel is showing, just to give you a rough number, almost year-round it's about a 30% decrease in the loads. And it's not just relevant for Suisun Bay because the delta has a large footprint in the bay. This is showing a station in Grizzly Bay and in Suisun Bay, predicted dissolved inorganic nitrogen concentration, same color scheme. So roughly a factor of 2 to 30% decrease.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you, Dave. And you've whet our appetites for many more questions in the future.
No, thanks for taking the bait.
And I'm going to welcome back Amit to close us out.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Jackie. So I'm the last one between your afternoon commute and your beer. So I will be fast and be patient with me. So I always wanted to ask the question to Dave, like, why does the bacteria or the phytos love the night rates so much? Because it's so much cheaper than the day rates. All right, that will be my last dad joke, okay? I know, I'm famous for it. So getting back to business, I want to acknowledge all of you. If I can cite SFPUC's catchphrase, we take crap from everybody and more than anybody. So together, I think in the Bay Area, we all are a bunch of hard asses, and we take most crap, and we continue to take all the crap and protect the environment. So thank you for everything. So last just a couple of things. Talking about hard asses. So we'll be sending you a link or a survey for feedback on how we did and what you'd like to see improve. It'll probably take 5 minutes on a Monday morning. You have nothing else going on Monday morning. You could spend some time on constructive criticism on what we do. And it'll be published, so we'll use it for our future improvements. All right? So with that, I want to thank all the presenters, and I will thank all the audience who participated. I hope this was a fun and informative at the same time. Now we'll be heading to Jupiter if you like to hang around, and I know some of the regulators are going, and I know some of your NPDES permits negotiations coming up, so, those things, And I want to thank Jennifer for the event coordinator. Thank you. It's been on the background, but made everything happen. Everything went smooth, I hope. Well, the last one, let's go to Jupiter. Huh? Oh, there's leftover food in the hallway too. Oh, and drop your lanyards when you go home. We'd like to reuse them. We'll disinfect them next year. Thank you, and have a great weekend, everybody.